Welcome to the December 3rd, 2020 school board meeting. This meeting is now in session and is being conducted by electronic communications using Microsoft Teams due to the COVID-19 pandemic emergency. We will now recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We are now at citizen comment. The school board welcomes public comment from community members. Due to the pandemic, we've adjusted our speaker process. Currently, we only allow call-in speakers who have signed up in advance and have limited time for speakers to no more than 1 hour at each meeting. Directions for signing up are posted on our website, and the speaker request form is activated on Friday afternoon of the week prior to the board meeting. The speaker slip closes at 4 p.m., 2 days prior to the board meeting, or when all slots are full. We are now ready to hear the speakers. We have 17 speakers who signed up tonight, so before they begin, I will review our approved speaker guidelines. During virtual meetings, we will hear all public comments at the beginning of the meeting. The day of the meeting, speakers who signed up should call 10 minutes prior to the meeting start. Speakers will be announced in the order their call is received. Before you speak, please turn down the sound on all electronic devices. Please do not use a speakerphone, as that can distort the sound and make your comments difficult to understand. Each speaker may speak for up to 2 minutes, and a timer will help keep track of your time. The timer begins when you start speaking. Please conclude your remarks when the buzzer sounds. The operator will disconnect your call after 2 minutes. The school board does not respond to public comments during the meeting. If follow-up is required due to the nature of the comments, the superintendent will work with the school board clerk to follow up with speakers accordingly after the meeting. Please email any written comments to school.board@apsva.us. Please be sure to state your name and the topic you will speak about when you begin. And thank you, Ms. Elliott. May we have the first speaker, please?
Yes, ma'am. Our first speaker tonight is Brady Kroll.
Hi, my name is Brady Kroll, and I'm here to speak about a nonprofit charity organization called Wheels to Africa. Wheels to Africa is a charity organization that takes bikes and fixes them up and sends them to communities in Africa or to provide for transportation, and we also send them to areas in the DC areas. These bikes are almost necessary for these communities in Africa, and it helps them get things such as water, school, and healthcare. Actually, it reduces their time for commute by hours. When they're walking, it takes a couple hours. When they're biking, it only takes about 45 minutes. And this Sunday, we will be hosting a collection at Kenmore Middle School from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And we will be taking all bike donations. Gently used bikes are preferred, light rust. We will be following all the safety protocols for COVID, and we'll be social distancing and wearing masks. So if you have a bike that you would like to donate, you can bring it on Sunday. And thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in and sharing that information. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Wendy Pizer.
Good evening. My name is Wendy Pizer. I'm speaking about the Level 3 return to school decision. It is hard enough to make this decision, but it is nearly impossible with so much missing information. First, how will students eat lunch safely? APS says that students will eat in a cafeteria or gym or outside, weather permitting. That "or" is a big question mark. Will lunch be inside in a communal space, which is high risk, or outside, the safest place possible? If inside, will any mitigation measures be used, such as HEPA filters or open windows? And why is APS going back to having kids eat in cafeterias when the CDC specifically recommends against this? Second, what are the metrics for reopening? APS used to have specific criteria in its metrics, but removed it. Now all we have is a listing of CDC risk categories, but we do not know how the categories will be used in the decision to open or close. Parents need to see stat metrics, so parents can determine if the metrics align with their own family's medical needs and risk tolerance. Third, what specific ventilation and filtration improvements will be made for each building, and will APS provide HEPA filters in all classrooms? Fourth, how will APS ensure that virtual students receive an equitable educational experience in the concurrent secondary model? Without this information, and in the middle of a COVID surge, parents are really just guessing, and it's unrealistic to expect that these decisions will be reliable for planning purposes. Please provide the missing information now before the window for decisions closes, or if you do not have answers, defer the decision window or let families change their selection later. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Chris Myers.
Hi, my name is Chris Myers. I'm one of the many parents that made the decision to unenroll my children in the fall. A friend who is continuing to struggle with virtual learning asked me to speak tonight. My family's decision to withdraw was not an easy one. We loved our school community. I spoke to many of you during the summer and tried to help connect you with single mothers, families with special needs kids, and others who are going to have to bear the brunt of the decisions that have been made. These conversations helped me to identify 3 problems that led me to remove my family from what I thought was going to be a harmful social experiment and get them in school. First, there was a consistent tendency by APS to overstate the benefits of keeping school buildings closed and underrate the costs. We have more data now, but the basic consensus is the same as it was this summer. Schools that practice social distancing, mask wearing, hand washing, and simple ventilation improvements do not increase community spread. It's not perfect, but it works. And it's happening in places with fewer resources and higher community spread than we currently have now. My children have been in-person education since August, as have millions of other children. Their leadership got the costs and benefits right, and so can you. Second, there's a clear lack of public commitment at every level. This took the form of members who did not take affirmative votes and failed to ask obvious and critical questions in public, county officials constantly passing the buck, teachers who wanted to get back in the classroom but are compelled into silence, white-collar parents who easily work from home, and a vocal group of well-meaning naysayers filled with romantic visions of reimagining education and who will not be satisfied until everyone receives a vaccination. Finally, this debate has been driven into the digital space where tribal groups thrive and snark, where substantive conversation is replaced with efforts to discredit opponents and hold people they don't even know with contempt. Responsible social distancing will make getting back in person with regards to this debate in public, but the impersonal nature of these interactions are stripping away the humanity we need to bring to this debate. The pandemic has taken a terrible toll, but with the information you have, you now know that you should have opened your doors back in August. Please don't continue to make the same mistake going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Stacy Nolan.
I'm sorry, Ms. Elliott, can you repeat the name, please?
The name is Stacy Nolan.
Hi, sorry, this is Casey Nolan, and I'm president of the Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association. I'm here today to strongly encourage you to reconsider the latest elementary school boundary adjustment proposal. We understand that APS has been forced to act now and plans to undertake a more comprehensive boundary adjustment in 2 years. However, the provisions of this latest proposal are setting up the county and our neighborhood for an even bigger headache. This latest proposal effectively leaves our kids in the positions of being in a completely new school twice in 2 years, going against the stated prioritization of stability. Although this proposal leaves our neighborhood's kids at ASFS, it moves all other ASFS children to Key. Indeed, the school's accreditation goes with them. While our children's physical location and 4 walls will remain the same, most, if not all, of their friends and classmates will be gone. In some of the most important ways for a developing child, the kids who are moved to Key School will have more stability than our children. And yet, due to the skewed interpretation of the word stability, APS has left no option but to move our kids again in 2 years, solely because they have not physically moved this time. This next move will almost certainly be to a non-walkable school outside our proximate community. Worst of all, our neighborhood is being put in an unfair situation from the standpoint of the proposal process. With earlier boundary proposals, neighborhood associations had plenty of time to digest, discuss, and disclose their opinions. We have been left scrambling over a holiday weekend to educate our neighborhood and gather feedback in time for this vote. Solely because we are at the final hour, our concerns and legitimate objections may go ignored. And I don't even have time to discuss the seriously concerning calculation of free and reduced price lunch percentages between the schools or the widely varying capacities across schools. Please reconsider this proposal and instead consider taking one of the options listed in the Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association's letter sent on November 30th.
Thank you very much for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Anjali Jolie.
Good evening. This is Anjali Jolly. I'm the mother of 2 APS children, and I'm speaking on behalf of opening schools. I'm in the strong belief that we need to open schools now for many reasons. I've heard lots of excuses and unjustified reasons of why we can't, but we need to be thinking more creatively in order to get our schools open. As you know, all the data, CDC, NPR, Fauci, I can list many, many more sources have all said that kids are not transmitters, are low transmitters of COVID, and schools around the country, even in our backyards, have opened very safely. Now, is this foolproof? Definitely not, but there are too many negative consequences that go against APS's values by not opening schools. You know, a system that values so much about equality, you are only creating the inequality so much more by not opening schools. As you know, enrollment has decreased because people are homeschooling, people are going private, people have decided to move to other counties. And so you are really impairing those people that APS has always said that they're trying to protect the most. You know, you're creating damage for years by not opening school. You know, in my district alone, we've had over 10% of our kids go to private, and if you look at local and the application rates in private schools locally, they're up 300%. So you're going to enable the wealthy, the people with resources, to keep their schools at home, their students at home, and those who need you the most, who are lower income and parents who have to work out of the house, those students are getting hurt the most. My 2 daughters, who have always loved going to school and very high academic achievers, they have really fallen behind the curve with very engaged parents, working at home parents. So I can't imagine what is going on with other
Thank you
students
so
that are-
much for calling in. We do appreciate it. I'm sorry your time has expired. If you'd like to share additional comments, please email us at school.board@apsva.us. Ms. Elliott, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Ann Benjaminson.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight on the Return to School update. I am the parent of 2 children at Long Branch Elementary School. I want to start by thanking APS teachers and staff for working to provide the best possible virtual education to our children. However, I am here tonight to urge the board and Chancellor Duran to respond to widespread evidence that young children are the least likely population to spread COVID-19 and the age group that most struggles with virtual learning, and make a solid plan to return young learners to school immediately. Schools in the United States and in much of Virginia have been open since August. Falls Church and Loudoun County schools offer in-person options. New York City will bring back young students next week for 5-day-a-week in-person learning. The American Federation of Teachers said this should be the, quote, national model. In Arlington, in contrast, the superintendent's promised dates for a return have come and gone. And today, December 3rd, we still do not have a target date to return students who selected hybrid learning to the classroom. I'm sure you are well aware of growing evidence that virtual learning is not appropriate or effective for younger children, and that a lack of in-person learning contributes to growing inequality, hurts the mental health of children, and creates enormous stress for families, particularly those who cannot telework. The evidence is clear that children under 10 are highly unlikely to spread COVID. For those who can afford them, Arlington's private schools have been open 5 days a week since September. The Virginia Department of Health has not identified a single COVID outbreak in Arlington private schools, and in fact has traced a total of 69 cases of COVID and 0 fatalities to the hundreds of open, private, and public schools in the entire state of Virginia. It has been almost 9 months since our children last saw the inside of their schools. The state provided school districts with guidelines in July to help them reopen safely. Schools around the state are following these guidelines and proving that it is entirely possible to conduct in-person learning safely. A majority of APS parents have chosen the hybrid model.
Thank you so much for calling in. I'm sorry you've run out of time. Next speaker, please.
Next, we have Michael Rausio.
Good evening. My name is Mike Roseo, and I'm speaking to improve distance learning for as long as it lasts with a focus on providing a voice for teachers in the county. I'm the proud husband of an APS middle school teacher and father to an APS first grader. Had the opportunity to speak to Ty Bird and Wendy Pilch on a video call a few weeks back, and was able to speak to Ms. Talento's office hours a couple weeks ago. I hope to continue this conversation as long as possible. I have 3 points. Number one, most importantly, please change the policy and mandate that all students put their cameras on during scheduled class times. Ty said students expressed this exact point in a recent focus group, so I think this should be done without delay. APS requires students to be online during synchronous learning, and students have the ability to blur their background. Every day that teachers deliver to nothing but circles increases their frustration levels, and it's like being in a boxing match with one arm tied behind their back. It will be sad when students say hello to their teachers next year in the hallways and teachers have no idea who the student is. Point two, teachers are drowning in all the additive requirements external to simply preparing and delivering content. Teachers understand this is a unique time, and this is not about contract hours. This is about putting in 10-hour days and spending the majority of the time outside the class on administrative requirements. It's like teachers are in a boat that's taking on water and someone is putting it back in as fast as the teachers can remove it. I strongly urge APS and the board to look at the requirements that exist for teachers and find a way to remove as many as possible this academic year so the teachers can teach. Point three is student accountability. I completely understand that mental health and well-being are of the utmost importance to the school system, and rightly so. This current state of play does not help mental health and well-being. In fact, I think it does the opposite because the focus is on a quality of outcome and not a quality of opportunity. Education is not my area of expertise, but I'm a Marine, and I know better than most that basic accountability is universal. Be online when required, have your camera on, don't be in your pajamas, participate in complete assignments on time, and let the teachers teach. Doing these 5 things increases the opportunity for students to excel. Then APS staff can, support staff can identify and focus on how to support those students who have special circumstances that require extra attention. Otherwise, teachers and school administrators are setting a low bar and trying to boil the ocean. Thanks again for this opportunity, and have a great night.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Next, we have Reem Akkad.
Good evening. My name is Rima Akkad. I live in the Courthouse Clarendon neighborhood. I hope you and your families are in good health, and thank you for hearing me out. I understand that APS is trying to implement incremental change during this very disconcerting and difficult time. However, the current school rezoning plan will do exactly the opposite for my children and our family, as well as others in the Courthouse Clarendon neighborhood. Our neighborhood is currently the only one slated to remain at science focus, while all others are being zoned to the new schools. This is a problem for many reasons, but I will focus on 2. The first is that our children will basically be attending a new school with most of classmates being entirely unfamiliar to them. On the heels of this pandemic and the negative psychological impact our children have already endured, this would be very troubling. My son's closest friends are being ripped away from him at the most critical moment. He has struggled being away from school and away from his dearest friends. Change is inevitable in life, and I am not one to shy away from it. But in this particular case, it is not for any reasons that make any sense to me and to others in my neighborhood. Even while staying at the same physical building, everything else will be different for our children. Basically, they're going to be going to a new school for no good reason. They should not be separated from their community that they have built over the last few years. Our neighborhood is within walking distance to the new school. Zoning our neighborhood to the new school makes the most sense economically and environmentally. If we're able to attend the new school, it makes bus transportation entirely unnecessary, therefore saving money and saving emissions. To make matters worse, for APS, our students will be the only students at ASFS eligible for reassignment in the next boundary process to deal with overcapacity. This means our family will endure yet another difficult change within just 2 short years on the heels of a very difficult year, and may very likely end up going to a school that is even further away from our neighborhood and our community. I urge you, please.
Thank you so much for
our
calling
patients.
in. We appreciate it. I'm sorry your time has expired. Miss Elliott, please call the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Christina Hedrick.
Hello. Hi, I'm Christina Hedrick, and I've got 2 kids in APS schools. I'm speaking on return to school. Children are 12% of the confirmed cases of COVID-19 right now in the United States, and 1.3 million kids have had COVID. So unlike some of the other speakers tonight, I assume that there is a risk with the return to school, and we need to manage it. I've reached out to many of you guys about reducing risk by improving ventilation in our local schools. COVID-19 is an airborne disease, so how we manage the air in classrooms will be critically important. I'm glad that you have a new goal to change out the air in classrooms 5 to 6 times an hour. That would help to flush out any virus that might be in the air. However, I'm uncomfortable with the idea that up to 80% of the air being brought into some classrooms will still be dirty air that hasn't been through a MERV 13 filter and is recirculating around a building. Staff indicated at the Facility Advisory Committee that many buildings will not be able to have MERV 13 filters installed, which would catch 80 to 90% of particles. The lower levels of filtration will only catch 20 to 30% of the smallest virus droplets that are possible. So Harvard only counts MERV 13 filtered air and outside fresh air towards air changes. This isn't the end of the world. I encourage you to please purchase AHAM-verified, basic, tried-and-true HEPA air cleaners and place those into every classroom. That will get you the filtration that you need to clean the air. Air swirls and mixes in a room, and even if you are blasting a classroom with 6 air changes an hour, it will still take an hour for anything floating in the air to make its way out. We've purchased a lot of cleaning supplies, of PPE, and now we need to focus on air cleaning that is needed for a safe return to school. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Next, we have Natalie Foley.
Hi, I'm Natalie Foley, an APS parent, and I just wanted to thank you for all your hard work. You've been working tirelessly since March, and I'm so grateful. I'm also thrilled and proud and just, again, really grateful that APS was included in the proposed 2022 calendar that we changed from Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. It's steps like these that are imperative for APS to continue to strive for equity and inclusion. And this name change demonstrates to my 2 Lakota Sioux children and all children in APS with Indigenous backgrounds from our nation or others that their history and current culture is part of the story of our nation, that we see them and they're included in this narrative. So thanks to APS for having our new calendar even better reflect the values of our school system. I concur with Dr. Duran's recommendation to approve the 2022 calendar and urge the board to do so this evening. Thanks.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Steve Leutner.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Duran. My name is Stephen Leutner. I am disappointed with the boundary proposal. This boundary proposal misses the mark even for the limited focus area. Let me begin by saying that the boundary is a tragedy. Abington, which is not being addressed, is projected to reach nearly 130% capacity before the next promised boundaries take effect. Many other South Arlington schools will face similar crowding, all while literally hundreds of permanent seats elsewhere in the county will sit empty. Today's elementary school seats cost roughly $75,000 each to construct. This plan is a failure of government in its fiduciary responsibility for both making use of limited government resources and for equity. Even this truncated plan does not come close to balancing capacity among the schools that are involved. In school year 2022-2023, the schools in this boundary proposal will be between 80 and 120% capacity. It is indefensible that students are being forced into overcrowded schools when hundreds of seats will sit open in adjacent schools. Further troubling is that APS did not even use its own objective standards when defining how many students could fit in a school when it drew these boundaries. APS should amend the proposal to balance capacity using its own objective standards. Given this limited objectives, the plan fails to meet the objectives of the overall plan. It moves more students than necessary and as a result divides more neighborhoods, induces more stress on families, and reduces flexibility for 2022. And as previously stated, it creates needless capacity imbalances. I urge the school board to revise the plan to balance enrollment, move fewer families, and provide greater flexibility for the next round, and vote to require a county-wide process for 2022, which we should be doing tonight. I thank you for your time and attention, and I thank you for your service.
And we thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Next, we have Katie Sunderland.
Hi, sorry, thank you. Dr. Duran, the data is in. Schools around the world, our country, Virginia, and Arlington have opened. Quote, if you look at the data, the spread among children and from children is not really very big at all, not like one would have suspected. That's Dr. Fauci. Dr. Redfield, head of the CDC, has called for schools to open. Governor Northam has authorized schools to open. And Arlington's own public health official, Dr. Varghese, claims he never advised APS to close. So why are we closed? These are not old statements from summer when case numbers were lower. Schools are open even in communities with worse stats than Arlington. The data has also shown that adults living with children who go to school are not at an increased risk for infection or severe illness. It would be one thing if closing schools correlated with good outcomes in terms of disease control, but schools closures have not demonstrated decreased community spread or shown any tangible health benefits. Instead, they have caused grave mental health, academic, social, financial, and societal harms to the students and families. The research and data I just referenced can be found on the Arlington Parents for Education's research page. Let's talk about the harms of keeping schools closed. Kids are experiencing record levels of learning loss, depression, and suicidal ideation. An area pediatrician in emergency medicine recently observed that she used to see just a couple of emergency psychiatric visits a month. Then it became weekly. Now it is up to 7 times a day. There are no more psych beds, and they often have to send kids hundreds of miles away for treatment. It is almost impossible to find a local child therapist or psychologist taking on new patients. And today, many woke up to the headlines of an 11-year-old boy in California taking his own life during a Zoom class. Why are these metrics not included for return to school? Please open in January. We can do this safely. It is time.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Ingrid Gant.
Good evening. My name is Ingrid Gant, to Dr. Duran, to Chair O'Grady, and the members of the school board. I'm speaking on behalf of our members of the Arlington Education Association. While we've heard many people talk about what's best for students, what's best for our educators, we do thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I ask that you think about what's going on right now. To Dr. Duran, we've asked for many things to come to AEA, to give us examples of what things look like. We've asked for matrix. We've asked for things to show us what's being transparent, and we have not had that. What used to be online is not online. What used to be something we're able to see, we cannot see. There are no violations from HIPAA that tell you you can't do that. As an employee of Woodbridge, as a person who lives in Prince William County, and I get information about who's sick in the county, who's sick in the schools, and I don't even work there. You cannot tell me that this does not happen and cannot happen in Arlington Public Schools. I am sitting here pleading that we look at the PPE equipment, that we look at what we have in place. Teachers, many buildings don't have a who's wearing masks. Schools don't have a consistency of who's even checking you in to ask the symptom questions. We can do better. We need to do better. And so before we look at level 2, level 3, I applaud you for making a decision not to bring those students and teachers back. But for the teachers and students that are here, we need to protect their lives. We're not doing that. And so I ask right now that we look at what we're doing, make it better before we decide to go any further. Thank you for your time and enjoy your evening.
Thank you so much for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Nellie Carr.
Hi, my name is Nellie Carr, and my children attend Arlington Public Schools. I'm calling to speak about the school boundary decisions. I live in the Courthouse Clarendon neighborhood in a planning unit, which is separated from the Key building by 2 blocks and is within the Key walk zone. If my planning unit were being bused to a different school to balance the budget and balance enrollment, that would be somewhat understandable. However, if you approve the current plan as is, my planning unit, along with 3 others that are similarly situated, instead of walking, will be bused to ASFS, which is already projected to be over-enrolled on day 1 of the upcoming school year, 20% over-enrolled the following year, and nearly 30% the year after that, and which already houses 10 relocatables on its lot to manage capacity. The projected budget shortfall of $70 million cannot be closed by doing things like taking students that reside within the APS designated walk zone of their neighborhood school and then paying for buses to take them elsewhere. This is especially impractical on the hopefully tail end of a pandemic. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
And thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Yes, ma'am. This is our final speaker. It is Dima Hakura.
My name is Dima Hakura of Courthouse Clarendon. Is the school board really ready to vote on the elementary boundaries today? Have all the considerations in the boundary and equity policies been addressed? Efficiency and proximity. None of these proposals include all of the walk zones to minimize future operating costs, particularly while we're having a major budget crunch. All of the proposals leave Courthouse Clarendon students going to ASFS by bus when they can walk to the new school. Demographics. Do you consider that you have promoted demographic diversity when you have placed less than 8% of the free and reduced lunch at ASFS, while at the school that is less than half a mile away, it will be over 40%? Do you think you are being equitable by including in your plans free and reduced lunch projections for the development that won't even be complete until after the next boundary change, the American Legion development, but refuse to do the same for another that will be online prior to the implementation of this process, Queen's Court? Stability. Call it what you may, a switch, a move, but other than the administration, ASFS is moving to the new school at Key, and you are treating the students in the Courthouse Clarendon differently than every other similarly situated student who are not moving with their school by refusing to recognize that they have been assigned to a different school in your proposals. You are depriving them of stability and leaving them open for reassignment in the next process. Equity. Do you think it's equitable to zone ASFS 125% to 133% over capacity during a pandemic while you leave Taylor significantly under capacity? Or not addressing Key Immersion being over 157% over capacity? Or Abingdon? Do you really feel that these proposals do right by APS's equity policy that commits you to a balanced, inclusive, and diverse school enrollment? Is it not worth your time to delay for a few weeks to develop a plan that truly does right by Arlington? Thank you for listening.
And thank you for calling in. You are our final speaker. We want to thank everyone for taking the time to share with us their concerns and ideas and thoughts this evening. Tonight, we have 2 special guests for our recognition. Our school bond co-chairs. As you may know, the school bond was approved in the recent election by nearly 80% of voters. Co-chairs Lois Thomas Kuntz and Miles Mason will now present a report on their efforts to get out the vote in support of this year's bond. And I think Mr. Mason's going to make that presentation. Mr. Mason. Mr. Mason, I believe you're on mute.
Okay.
There we go. Now we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thanks. Yes, as you said, Lois is not feeling well and has asked me to fill in. She's had a rough week, and I wish her a quick recovery. I'll do my best to fill in, but I'm sure I'm going to sound much less sincere. Dear Madam Chair, school board members, and superintendent, my partner Lois Kuntz and I are pleased to report the results of the school bond campaign and the referendum question posed on the November ballot. On November 3rd, the school bond referendum was approved with 79.31% of the votes cast. We are greatly indebted to our volunteer treasurer, Bob Platt, who guided Lois and me with experience, expertise, and grace. It is thanks to him that the campaign was properly registered with required public financial reporting. We also thank the APS community relations staff, especially Catherine Ashby, who put together the information bulletin and shared it through School Talk and other channels. Their support lightened our load considerably. We would also like to thank former bond co-chairs Laura Saul Edwards and Lita Nestadow, who provided valuable assistance to get things started. The 2020 bond will fund the following 4 areas which require capital funding outside the annual operating budget. MCMM, HVAC replacement and improvements, a covered entrance for the Heights building, which also houses the Stratford program, $15.4 million. 2, refreshes of older school buildings and kitchen renovations to accommodate anticipated change in student demographics and the need to feed more students in the free and reduced lunch program. $7.6 million plus $2.6 million in capital reserves. 3 building updates to include security entrances at Taylor, Gunston, Jefferson, Williamsburg, and Wakefield, which allows the school to securely lock down and restrict entry, $5.3 million. And 4, planning and design for seat needs at all levels, K to 12 over the next 10 years. These funds are not designated to a specific build project, but are soft costs in preparation for and during development of major expansions, $24.3 million. These 4 areas of funding will directly impact the safety and well-being of APS students in the future and will help ensure that our school buildings will be tailored to meet the needs of Arlington students. As part of this campaign, we reached out to the Republican and Democratic parties of Arlington and were endorsed on the Democratic sample ballot. There were no in-person presentations this year due to COVID-19. We did present at meetings where online agendas allowed, including the county-wide Arlington Civic Federation and County Council of PTAs. We reached out via Facebook and Twitter and directly to others and to community leaders as well. We engaged in limited fundraising in order to be able to supplement the polling place yard and median signs we inherited from the campaign 2 years ago. We enjoyed the logistical support of distributing and collection by the Arlington Democrats, and the Civic Federation Schools Committee Chair, Michael Beer, coordinated for their storage for the next bond campaign, also helping to free up Barbara's basement going forward. Finally, we thank the Arlington community for its ongoing support of APS, our students, and focus on safe, supportive learning environments. It is worth noting that we are particularly proud of the result in light of the unprecedented organized campaign against the bond by groups dissatisfied with changing boundaries, program moves, and the return to school plan. Our challenge was in part to educate the public about the distinction between operating costs and project costs, long-term construction projects that are properly funded through bond borrowing. Lois and I wanted to thank you for our confidence in us, and we worked hard to get to the finish line. But we all knew the bond would pass in big numbers because despite any criticisms, people in Arlington value public school education and care about their neighbors. I now hope we work hard to try to reward their faith and support by using this money as efficiently and as equitably as possible to provide facilities for all our children throughout the county. And I just wanted to end with a special thanks to Lois. We've worked together for years on the FAC, and she was a great partner, not only putting up with me, but I couldn't have done it without her leadership and her enthusiasm. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miles. And we do appreciate all the hard work that both you and Lois put into making sure that we have the money ready to meet the needs of our community for our students. A lot of people may not really understand the importance of making sure that the money is available to support our students. As you mentioned, it covers improving security, it covers improving our kitchens, it covers ensuring that our buildings are continually in good working order. This is a very important job that you and Lois did at a time when the community is facing so many challenges. And I want to thank you and your families for allowing us to lean on you to help explain to the community the importance of passing the bond this year. And with that, the school board and APS want to thank you, and we do have these tokens of our appreciation to thank you very much. We will make sure that this gets to your home. We do acknowledge how hard you and Lois had to work this year in spite of everything that was going on and concerns around the bond. You worked very hard to share our message in unconventional ways, and we want to thank you and the community for supporting the bond. I know it's a hard job. I've done it before myself. So thank you both for your hard work, and we will make sure that these tokens of our appreciation get to you. I hope that you both can be well, and again, thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we are now at announcements. On December 7th, the board will hold a virtual legislative meeting with our state legislators and colleagues from local school boards beginning at 8:15 a.m. On December 8th, there will be a committee of the whole meeting on the CIP framework at 6 p.m. in the board meeting, in the boardroom. December 10th, we will have a closed meeting at 5:15, followed by a committee of the whole meeting on the middle school and high school program of studies at 6:30 p.m. in the boardroom. And December 14th, there will be a virtual policy subcommittee meeting at 2 p.m. Now I'll invite my board colleagues to make announcements. Let's start with Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein, do you have any announcements tonight?
Yes, I do. Yes, thank you. Sorry, it took me a minute to find the right button here, and it's going to take me another minute to find the other right button. Yes, I do have some. Not having a good day here with these buttons. Sorry. I do have some announcements from my my liaison schools. So first, from Swanson Middle School, there were a few APS educators who worked together to complete an application to make APS a regional hub for maker education on the East Coast. The core ideas are the following: pedagogy, community, and culture, with an emphasis on sustainability and growth. And they were selected as one of the finalists for the 30-month program. And it appears that they will have the opportunity to collaborate with Virginia Tech, and there will be more details coming on that. And I will let everyone know what they are when we know them. Also, the Minority Student Achievement Network has expanded this year to offer a year-long workshop for middle schoolers as well. And the conference is meeting once per month on Zoom from November through May. And the students will meet monthly to learn from racial justice scholars and advocates who will be joining them, scholars and advocates, as they explore their roles in making a positive impact on their school community. Each middle school in Arlington has been given one slot for a student to attend. At Arlington Traditional School, they are partnering with Accenture for the upcoming Hour of Code. At Arlington Science Focus School on Monday, November 30th, Science Focus students in grades 4 and 5 performed a holiday performance for one of their community partners, CNA. Students played various instruments through Teams, Microsoft Teams, and sang, and the grand finale was the 3 music teachers performing The Grinch, complete with a theatrical performance, which all thought was a great kickoff of the holiday season. At the Arlington Career Center, they have a career coaching pilot program. One of their long-term partners and certified career and wellness coach reached out to the equity and excellence coordinator there at the Arlington Career Center, Ms. Monica Lozano, at the beginning of the school year to offer pro bono coaching services for the students. They successfully recruited 40 coaches and volunteers that worked with Ms. Lozano, and also Ms. Laura DiNardo, who's the capstone coordinator, to match the coaches with 11th and 12th graders from the Arlington Career Center. The coaches and the students are going to meet up twice a month from November through May to help the students prepare for their next steps after high school. And the Career Center has also started an Arlington Tech Information Night, and now they have their webpage videos all about the CTE classes in place that APS parents and students can watch to get information about it. And that is all my announcements. Thank you.
Thank you for those very informative announcements, Mr. Goldstein. I'd like to turn to Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Van Dorn, any announcements tonight?
First, I want to say good evening. Thank you. I'd like to start by reporting that I had my last open office hours on Monday evening, and I had over 30 people. I've changed the way I conduct open office hours and have all of the people come in at the same time unless they have a personal issue. So especially during this time when we have so much going on between trying to return to school and dealing with COVID and the boundaries. It was, I think, informative for everybody to hear the back and forth of different opinions and how different people are affected, and basically get a sense of what it's like to be a school board member, and how sometimes decisions and people's opinions are diametrically opposite. And that's something, a path that we have to navigate on a regular basis. So I just wanted to mention that I really appreciate everybody who stayed in the call and participated. Many of the people came tonight as speakers to the board meeting, and I really value their input. And I know that I had written that up and sent it out before the end of the evening. And I believe that our superintendent and staff have already responded to many of those people. So thank you all for being there and for continuing to share your information with us. It does make a difference when you write to us and talk to us, and we do then immediately share it with each other. So thank you. But I did want to make one major point, and that is that I was pressed very hard as one board member to explain why we were not voting on the opening of schools and the schedule that we currently have. And I know that this board will be dealing with that going forward. In terms of the questions people keep asking. But I just want to make it crystal clear that since the beginning of our decision making, beginning with Ms. Johnson and then following through with Dr. Duran, I have been 100% supportive of the decisions that they have made. The circumstances have changed and they have been trying to evolve with those. And I am absolutely confident that they are going to continue to make the best possible decisions for our staff and our students. And for the period of time I have left on the board, I just wanted to make sure everybody knows that my full support has been behind their work and their decision making. And I just really want everybody to know that our staff is working very hard and I support them. The other thing I wanted to mention to everybody is that under new business tonight, I will be introducing a motion to address requests that we've gotten related to providing reductions for pre-K fees. So please, if you're interested in that, come in. We had this discussion last August. Many of us thought that had been dealt with, but it seems that it's in the purview of the board. And so I've offered a motion to address it so that the question can be put to bed for the final point in this school year. So if you're interested in that, you can go ahead and read it now. It's under new business, but I'll be raising that at the end of the meeting. Thank you very much, Chair O'Grady.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Talento, any announcements tonight?
No, thank you, Chair O'Grady. I do not have any announcements.
Thank you. Then I'd like to turn to our Vice Chair, Dr. Cannon and Dr. Kinnunen. No announcements? Okay, thank you very much. I also do not have any announcements at this time. With that, I'd like to provide an update on communications. Since our last meeting, the school board has continued to receive messages on the phased return to hybrid in-person learning plan, Season 1 sports, the school year calendar, inauguration day, the budget, and elementary boundaries. Board members and the superintendent review all emails and receive weekly reports on messages received for consideration. Please continue to submit your questions to Engage through the online form or by emailing engage@apsva.us. Based on the volume of messages received, it may take staff some time to respond. Updates on the reopening of schools will continue to be shared by Dr. Duran via School Talk every Tuesday and at board meetings under the monitoring agenda item. Finally, I'd like to announce that Mr. Goldstein will hold the next virtual open office hours on Monday, December the 7th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. Information on signing up will be shared via School Talk and posted on the APS homepage on Friday afternoon. Again, we appreciate the community's engagement, especially during these unprecedented times. Dr. Duran, do you have an announcement for us?
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
do have some announcements. If someone can please bring up the slides, appreciate that. I'd like to begin my announcements this evening once the slides are up. Okay. I'd like to begin my announcements with the recognition and a point of great pride for us here in APS. Today, Gunston Middle School Equity and Excellence Coordinator and an instructional lead teacher, Dr. Shantha Smith, was awarded the Virginia Department of Education's 2020 Mary Peak Award for Excellence in Education Equity for her commitment to advancing educational equity in Virginia. The Mary Peak Award is a brand new award that's been put in place by the governor and by the state superintendent, naming the award after Virginia's first education equity pioneer, Mary Peak. The award offers 4 categories to recognize individuals, and Dr. Smith won in the category of educator. There's also policymaker, education advocacy group, and stakeholder organizations that were recognized. So it was a pleasure to be part of the recognition today. It was a virtual one with the governor, the first lady, the Virginia Secretary of Education, as well as the state superintendent. Were all there to honor Dr. Smith. And again, notably, she was the first and the only teacher in the Commonwealth to have been recognized in this way. So congratulations, Dr. Smith. And I know the school board, we're looking at how we can hold an official recognition honoring you at the future meeting. And we look forward to having her here with us to celebrate her. Before I present this slide, I'd like to share another piece of good news and some exciting points of pride for us, that our arts programs are remaining very strong and our student artists are active even in the distance learning environment. 25 students at Wakefield were chosen as finalists in the Marymount University's 2020 Visions Virtual High School Exhibition. And the Marymount Arts Center will show the students' artwork online beginning today through January 3rd. And we'll be sure and list the online exhibition information on our website, and I'll share it, more details on that through a school talk. So I'm very, very proud of the creativity and the commitment to our arts, and that our students are actively engaged even again during distance learning. So this is so exciting to see, and big point of pride for us here in APS. But this year's virtual literacy and visual arts contest that you can see on the slide now is underway. All APS students are encouraged to submit either a literary or a visual arts to the contest, and we're asking that you describe in writing or through some visual arts how you are contributing to your community and how individuals can make a difference through acts of kindness in the spirit of Dr. King's vision. All entries are due by 5 p.m. on Wednesday, December 16th. So you have a couple weeks to do that. The entries can be submitted online via email, and you see the email. We'll have that information out for you, the MLK entries at apsva.us. Or if it's something that is a visual arts and something obviously you can't email, then we will have locations at all of our APS schools in the front office or here at our SciFax building where you can drop off your visual art that you prepared. And if you have any information, you can contact Don Smith in our School and Community Relations office. And we're excited to have our winners honored and celebrated at a school board recognition in January. As I've always done, providing an update on our meal services. Again, want to continue to thank all of our staff who are working hard to serve our healthy meals throughout this time. You can see we've served already over 1 million meals since school began, and they've grown tremendously given the response to what we did in Thanksgiving break. And I want to thank everyone for working that through, all of our staff providing that additional opportunity during Thanksgiving break. But you can see here that we have continued to serve at our 22 school locations and our 7 delivery locations. And reminder, any family can come to any of the sites, and as long as you're a student, you can pick up meals at our food sites. Given the great response to the Thanksgiving meal service that we had, we're going to offer a similar schedule prior to winter break to ensure that our students have access to meals while school is on break. So for winter break, on Friday the 18th, there will be 3 days of meals for Friday, Saturday, and Monday available at all current locations. And then on Tuesday the 22nd, there will be 5 days of meals, Tuesday through Saturday, at the locations you see listed on the slide here. And we'll have this sent out so everyone is available. All the information is available for families to know via school talk, text, and robocall as we get closer to the break, and we'll send as many reminders as possible. But really thankful to our food and nutrition staff who are doing this for our families. A couple of upcoming dates that are important. Level 3 selection deadline, December 7th. Also Computer Science Week, December 7th through 10th. You can follow along and participate using the hashtag APS Codes 2020. And we have a lot of different activities for students on our website if you're interested in being involved in Computer Science Week. I've already mentioned previously the MLK contest on the 16th. And our winter break this year is December 21st through January 1st, 2021. 2021, right around the corner. Several updates on our school board action plan that you see here. Tonight we will be presenting the recommendation for elementary school boundary process, and there will be action taken that this evening. Last week, we published the additional adjustments to that, and you'll hear more about that in our presentation. Tomorrow, we will distribute a press release about the new boundaries if adopted this evening, and in December, we will begin to notify all the families in those planning units that are reassigned to another school for fall of 2021, and we will make sure that whatever details come out of this evening's action with respect to grandfathering will also be clear, and information will be available at the 2021 Kindergarten Information Night in January. We also have received more than 160 applications for our APS School Resource Officer work group, and that selection process has just come to a conclusion. And so tonight, we're presenting the names of those individuals that were selected. We sought stakeholders from various groups to get a strong representation from a variety of perspectives. The group will be meeting for orientation next week on December 10th, and then they will have their first official monthly meeting in January, and they'll be meeting all the way through May. And in June, the school board and I will be receiving recommendations from this group. All the community members will be invited to share comments, even if you're not on this work group, and we'll have a public hearing in January, and there'll also be the opportunity to engage on the Engage page, and more information on this is also on our Engage website. The work group consists of 48 members. You can see listed on this slide and on the next slide. I'm not going to go through all the names, but these will also be on the webpage. But the applicants reflected all schools and communities, guided by the facilitation of Dr. Julie Shedd, our consultant Marcia Thompson. They are put into 4 groups: education and mentorship, law enforcement, mental health and substance abuse, or physical security. And within those 4 groups, you'll see on the 2 slides that there's a mix of teachers, administrators, staff, parents, community members, with various viewpoints on and the issue and opinions, and really looking forward to them delving into the work and understanding this. We have high school students in the work group, and additionally, there is a police officer assigned, a liaison to each group from ACPD. Their names aren't here, but they're also members of this. So I really want to thank everyone who's agreed to serve as a part of this group, as well as those who expressed interest. And a special thank you to Brian Stockton, Chief of Staff, and Nancy Van Doren for your support and engagement and leading this work to get us where we are with this kicking off the work, which is the next step. And last, for my announcements, I want to make sure I review that the school board actions around our policies, which is a major part of our action plan. Tonight, there are 2 school board policies for action: the financial management CIP policy and the construction and maintenance policy. There are also 3 policies open currently for public comment: the accreditation of schools, which is available through December 9th, the internet policy through December 15th, and the public comment period for the real property policy just opened on Tuesday, and that's available through January 1st. And our Engage website has information about all these policies under review and the online input forms if you have comments on these. Another operational planning initiative currently underway from the School Board Action Plan is the instructional visioning process for the pre-K to adult instructional programs and pathways, being led by the Department of Teaching and Learning. And staff is sharing information this month with our APS advisory groups, and will be providing information to the broader community through communication channels. Next February, we expect to share a draft of that IPP and gather input from the community on the framework and any recommendations being made, so that in March we'll present the IPP and recommendations to the school board. This is so important for our work as it serves as a guide for our capital improvement planning and other planning activities. In terms of school naming, we will be bringing back updates on the naming at the next meeting on the 17th. There's been a lot of questions about what's to happen with that, and so we'll have a detailed update in my next set of announcements on the 17th. That concludes all of my announcements this evening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. We do appreciate your presentation. Let me ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments for Dr. Duran. Ms. Van Doorn.
Sorry, I have to always remember which button to push. Thank you very much, Dr. Duran. Thank you. The only comments I want to make are that it's been a pleasure to work on supporting Brian Stockton as he got to know the community and worked with Dr. Shedd and Marcia Thompson in creating that group. Personally, I'm extremely excited about it. I wish I were going to be on the board while that work was going on because it's going to be really amazing. And it's just an unbelievably amazing group of people. All the applicants were amazing people. And I hope that the board dives into that pool of fabulous volunteers in the future. So I just wanted to congratulate the superintendent and Mr. Stockton for that. And I also wanted to note that Dr. Julie Shedd is on the call, and I don't know if she wanted to take a minute to just say hello, introduce herself, and let you all see the person who is going to be basically putting all the pieces together to get those recommendations forward together with Brian Stockton. May I ask her to maybe turn her camera on? Would that be okay, Ms. O'Grady?
Sure, that'll be fine. Thank you.
Are you there, Ms. Shedd, Dr. Shedd?
I am. Good evening, everybody. I am really excited about this process and very much have appreciated so far the work with both Brian Stockton and Nancy on this. And I'm excited about the group of people we have to work together on this and the enthusiasm from staff as well as our police officer colleagues to come up with a great process and hopefully a great set of recommendations when we're back with you all in June.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure everybody saw her because they're going to be seeing a lot of her and Brian together in this work. So thank you very much. I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Delento.
Thank you, Chair Grady. I just wanted to confirm, and I didn't note it on the slide. Didn't we get a significant number of students applying for the SR working group, and are they? My understanding, we got provided the information leading up to the meeting is that they would be in some type of subcommittee or separate committee. So I don't know if Dr. Duran, you can elaborate, or perhaps Mr. Stockton.
Yep.
Mr.
We
Stockton.
did. We got a significant number of students who applied, and so it was a recommendation of Dr. Shedd and also of the consultant Marcia Thompson that we actually create a group for a safe space for children to be able to talk, the students to be able to talk about this whole recommendation for SROs in schools. And so what we're going to do is once we get them together next week during orientation, the students will be able to self-select 2 members to be part of the different work groups as well. And so they have a safe space to speak. At the same time, they have representatives who will be part of the full work group as well. So we think that, from studies that we've looked at in other cities that have done this, basically some of the best, I'd say some of the most valuable information or recommendations come from the students. And so this is why we created that safe space for them, as well as a conduit for them to be part of the full work group as well. Hope that answers your question.
No, it does. Excellent. I knew that, but there was no way I could say that. I just knew we had something really special, and I wanted to make sure that that was shared. So that is so exciting, because to be able to have our students engage in this important work and discussion, and to be able to do it freely with a strong voice and then be engaged in the work group was, I really appreciated how it was presented and how you're going to move forward with it. So I wanted to make sure that we shared that, but I could not have done that, Mr. Stockton, so thank you.
They're one of the most important parts of this whole thing. So thank you.
Thank you. And so I'm looking forward to the work. Much as my colleague, Ms. Van Doren, I am disappointed that I will not be on the board when this comes to fruition or to see the updates. But now that I'll be a member of the public, maybe I'll just jump onto all those meetings and submit comments the old-fashioned way. But thank you all. I look forward to seeing what comes forth, and thank you for all the work that you did to get us to this point. I greatly appreciate it. And to all the community members who applied, it's always great when we get such an excellent and numerous applicant pool. It just shows the amazing community that we live in, and I'm very proud to be part of that. So thank you again. And Dr. Don, thank you for your announcements. I don't think I have any other questions. I was excited to see the support that we're providing through our food and nutrition program. Thank you to Ms. Peterson and her department and her staff for making sure that we're providing service through the winter break. It's some of the most difficult times, and I'm just grateful that APS is doing what they do. So thank you for sharing that, and I don't have anything else.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. No additional questions from Mr. Goldstein or Dr. Cannon and either. I just wanted to thank Mr. Stockton and Ms. Van Dorn for their hard work and pulling together the SRO work group. I want to thank all the people who applied and who will be serving. This is going to be important work. I especially want to thank the students for stepping up because I believe that their experience and voice is important as we move forward as well with discussing the future of SROs and APS. Additionally, I want to just say a big congratulations to Dr. Smith. This is an incredible award, and I think it does speak to our concern and dedication to equity. And it's such an honor to be the first teacher who has received this award in the state. I think that that's an incredible accomplishment. So I want to congratulate her on that. And I want to just emphasize how wonderful it is to see that our students are engaging in competitions and that they can show their creativity and be rewarded for their success, whether it's at a university. And I just hope that that will encourage people to also be interested in applying or submitting their works of art or thoughtful comments about how they have had an opportunity to have an impact in our community with the Martin Luther King Jr. Program and award as well. That's a really special program that is near and dear to my heart for APS, and I hope that students will continue to engage even though we're in these different times. So thank you very much to everyone, and thank you, Dr. Duran, for your announcements. We're now at the consent agenda. May I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. The clerk will call the roll.
All in favor of the motion, please say yes. Those opposed say no. Ms. Van Doren?
Yes.
Ms. Talento?
Yes.
Dr. Cannon?
Yes.
Ms. O'Grady?
Yes.
Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. I'm pleased to announce that under consent, the school board appointed members to the Aquatics Committee. The board also approved an adjustment to the 2021 school calendar, designating Inauguration Day, January 20th, as a holiday. We also received the minor construction major maintenance briefing report, and I have a copy of it here. It's an important read, so please, if you have the opportunity to read it, I would encourage you to do so. The Minor Construction Major Maintenance, or MCMM, is a program that addresses renewal and replacement of some facility components. The projects considered for MCMM cost more than the typical routine maintenance and are well below the cost of large renewals and additions that are included in the Capital Improvement Plan, or CIP, as many of you know it. The briefing report provides background information on how the MCMM program was developed and outlines the process of determining which projects will be addressed. Potential projects for MCMM are reviewed by a committee that includes central office staff, school representatives, community members, and subject experts. The group identifies a prioritized list of eligible projects. The briefing report also summarizes the status of MCMM projects being addressed this school year and describes planning for the 2021-22 MCMM program. We encourage you to review this report posted on board docs to learn more about MCMM and the work our staff does to support our strategic plan goal of operational excellence. Finally, under consent, the board has also approved our 2021 legislative package, which outlines our legislative priorities. Of note this year, the package includes support for additional funding to address lost learning due to COVID-19. We'll share the document with our state legislators at our legislative meeting on Monday for their consideration in the upcoming General Assembly. We're now at our monitoring item for the school year 2020-2021 update. Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. And if we could please bring up the presentation. Thank you. So this evening, I will provide some updates on the work that's going with our current school year and much of the questions that we've been receiving around reopening, being in person, operations, a lot of questions that we receive. I hope to provide some of the updates on that. Clearly, when we think about our health and safety and our operational ability to be in person again, I think it's very important that we all recognize that there is no zero risk strategy, as I've said many times in past monitoring reports. So our ability to be successful as a school division and as a community really overall really has to be built upon a couple of things. Our agreement to adhere as a community to health mitigation measures, wearing a mask, staying socially distanced, staying home when you're sick, keeping your physical distance, all those things are so important. And then also here in APS, in our school division, what do we do to ensure that we are putting in the proper mitigation strategies to ensure that our students and our staff are safe? We will not be in a place where we can say there is zero risk, so we have to do everything we can to make sure that it's safest and time for us to be able to bring students and staff back. So as we think about that, here's a couple of areas that we are going to be looking at and we have been looking at for quite some time. We have the data here clearly showing the dashboard, which is pulled from the Virginia Department of Health. This is from last Friday, where we do continue to see a steady rise in the number of cases over the past 14 days. We do see that Arlington is in a high-risk category for that indicator. We do see the benchmark criteria we're currently using directly related to CDC and VDH guidance. And so we have aligned our dashboard. We did hear some speakers this evening. We've had some emails about our dashboard. We have moved to really following that guidance, which says we need to weigh the risks, understand the factors of what those risks are, with our ability to mitigate and have safe in-person learning. And the guidance has moved from using exact numbers and metrics to say at this level we move to this, at this level we move to that. It's really about weighing that risk and how do we do the appropriate strategies, following those, ensuring key measures are in place so that we can provide the best learning for our students. Some students are thriving and doing very well, and we hear and I receive a lot of emails and cards and all kinds of things from students and family members who are thanking us for the great learning experience. And we receive also and understand for some families and students this is not. Academically or maybe social, emotional, health-wise, being isolated is not the best. So how do we weigh all of those factors to make the safest and best decision? Something we have to continue to certainly look at the data you see here, but we have to again weigh that with what we're learning and knowing more about the virus and how to best mitigate and move forward with our education of our students. We certainly look at the secondary format of our metrics that you see here, and this is something to consider. These are not included in the CDC's matrix, but there's something for us to consider in terms of overall how do we mitigate our risks. The operational metrics are key to understanding our ability and our preparation and readiness with staffing, with having the equipment in place, with making sure that we are in compliance with the mitigation strategies, and also listing how many students and employees in our current operating of level 1 have been excluded, the percentage that you see here. So we have to look at all of those factors, again, and weigh them to understand when it is safest to begin to bring back larger groups of students. We definitely do have the ability to do this in a way right now with our level 1 students that is working, but we have to understand if we move further, are we ready with other measures? Some key takeaways clearly is that our case incident rate continues to increase. We're seeing that not in Arlington, but all over. We understand that the percent positivity rate continues to be moderate, and several of our secondary indicators continue to fluctuate between high and moderate risk. And our employee exclusion and student exclusion has increased, as you can see slightly there. But while the community transmission continues to be in the highest categories for case or incidence rate and others, we do have guidance from the governor and we do have guidance from CDC and others about the ability for us to provide in-person learning. And of course, the governor is really the primary focus of students with disabilities being in that first level. So we have to begin to say, when and how can we do that safely? And that's what we're all trying to do, and that's what we're working on doing our best moving forward. But as we're in our virtual learning space, we know that there are successes and there are challenges. So we need to understand and unpack those. And in the coming slides, I want to share some additional approaches that we are taking to solicit feedback, to understand what those are, to make improvements right now to the distance learning. And even if we move to some more in-person learning for hybrid, there will be many students and families who will remain by choice in distance learning. So how do we make sure that that's working? And additionally, I want to make sure that we begin to share more data regarding student academic progress in distance learning. And where do we see areas of concern during the first quarter compared to previous years that we must pay attention to? So as we plan and think about going from hybrid, in-person learning, we are very focused, and we must be laser focused as a school division on how students are doing now, how can we best support them, what interventions and additional support is needed now, and long term, what we'll be needing to put in place to have all of our students be successful. Recently, Department of Teaching and Learning facilitated 6 focus groups of staff, parents, and students to share with us their experience, both positive and the challenges that they're experiencing. This took place in November, and these groups focused in 3 areas. You can see here on the slide, pre-K to 5, career and technical ed, and secondary and high school. And you can see some of the key takeaways from this, from pre-K to 5, was that a primary emphasis was on the need for more frequent distribution of non-digital materials. And some schools are doing that, but as a division, we need to focus on that more, and how do we get those non-digital materials for our younger learners to their homes to be able to actively learn and think about developmentally where they are at that time and what their learning would look like. And also, we heard from the feedback of this group, more opportunities for small group instruction for our younger learners. Those were 2 key findings from that group and takeaways. For our career and technical education focus group, there the emphasis was really on more in-depth focus on the actual CTE courses and how to help develop alternative simulations without having the specialized tools and equipment in front of them. How do we help those students to really begin to understand and learn those very specific skills in career and technical education? For our secondary, which is middle and high school, what we heard as some key takeaways there is that students, really particularly the students, brought the concern about having a more consistent approach to how do we utilize Canvas and a balance, more of a balance, between synchronous and asynchronous instructional time across various subject areas. And also, there was a concern and a question to evaluate the use of Mondays and social emotional learning for students, and how do we partner in helping our secondary students with that social emotional learning, which for many of them, the isolation and the lack of being with peers is a major problem that students at that level are facing. All 3 levels, but certainly there. The Department of Teaching and Learning also is currently working right now to form a new distance learning task force, which will include representatives of these focus groups. And this task force is not one that will go on and on and on. This will be 1 month only, beginning in January, for the month of January, to go deeper and to better understand what are some outcomes and strategies and concerns that we can do right now while we're in distance learning. We will then follow up with some more discussions and learnings about what we need to do long term for our students, after this year and moving forward. But we need to figure out right now. So this task force will be something that I look forward to sharing information on about students' academic performance, but also, most importantly, what we need to better understand and provide supports for is the social emotional learning and the mental health aspect that our students are experiencing currently in distance learning and moving forward for those that remain. A little bit of some information that we can share around literacy is all of our APS elementary schools recently completed the Phonological Awareness Literacy Screening, or PALS, for grades K to 2. And this is something that we're currently using as a universal screener or a diagnostic to understand and measure the fundamental components of literacy. And this is the one thing that we have division-wide, which is why I'm sharing it, because it's the one area that we can look at right now, and it just, again, was recently completed. And so this here, I want to show some information that the graph shows the overall 3-year trend of students, kindergarten, first and second grade. This one shows who have met all of the fall PALS benchmarks. And these are constructed for the screening purposes of PAL to identify students who are at risk, who may be having difficulty learning to read, or perhaps have a significant reading deficiency. And here we can see it is evident that we're continuing on a downward trend with some of the PALS results. K2 PALS results indicate that core instruction is a major issue for us, or what we say here, Tier 1 instruction for literacy, which is really about making that foundation in reading and writing and those skills be very, very much a major part of what needs to happen at the foundational level. And we're seeing here a downward trend, and so a concern for us. Data must be used to make determinations on how do we best plan, deliver, and have developmentally appropriate instructional practices with daily literacy routines. And so we must now, continue to tighten, whether it's in-person, hybrid, or distance, differentiated literacy instruction to small groups. Whole class instruction will not meet the needs for all of our students, particularly those that are performing below grade level in reading. I think it's important also to look deeper. That's overall, but how are our subgroups doing? So let's look at some disaggregation of that. So if we look at race and ethnicity, here we see the fall, that same data, but now broken down by race and ethnicity over 3 years. Our greatest concern here continues to be the performance of Black and Hispanic students as compared to their Asian, white, and peers. And you see a very large drop in our Hispanic students, many of whom you'll see correlate to another slide on our English learners, where we see a major concern. Again, this attributes to us needing to pay better attention to that small group instruction and that differentiated literacy basic skills that need to be put in place. Here we see students with disabilities, and this shows the percentage of students who are meeting benchmarks by disability status and non-students with disabilities, and then compared to overall. And the Office of Special Education is working with teachers to make sure that they have specially designed literacy instruction. But this is an area, again, that while there's not been a major drop from the last 3 years, 68 to 65 like we saw in the others, but clearly 68, 66, and 65 are much, much lower and have a huge discrepancy from our overall total. So here we don't see a major drop in this year, but we still see a consistent being very, very low compared to the non-students with disabilities or our overall K2. So really, our Office of Special Education is really working with our student support coordinators to coach special ed teachers how to incorporate various elements of instruction that has to be very explicit. How do we use and support our IEP goals to monitor this? And when we think about, again, the whole group and small group instruction, this is an area where small group structured literacy professional development is needed for teachers, and that small group is a very critical part of what has to happen. When we think about our English learners, here's probably one of the most alarming bits of data you'll see, because we see here for our levels 1 and 2 a very significant difference from previous years, and quite a drop here in terms of them. We do see the positive here. Our higher levels of EL students seem to be continuing to perform very well, not major dips there. And actually, when you see here, our level 4 and level 6 ELs are actually outperforming our non-EL students when you look at this data. So clearly they're getting supports and the need there. And so how do we make sure in this virtual environment, our English levels 1 and 2, and that's why, if you recall, those are the groups of students that are at the beginning of what we've been talking about, wanting to bring them back in, because they do need that ability to learn language, which is listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And for our EL students, that is so important at that early stages, and it must be in that small group environment as well, almost even sometimes one-on-one. People might be wondering, this TEL, what is that? That's something you probably not have seen before. So this is temporarily identified English learners, and what that is for this year, that is a student who has a language other than English on their home language survey. And normally when that is indicated, then there is an assessment that's been given via screener to determine, well, these are students who that's been identified, and because of being virtual, we're not yet able to have assessed all of those students. So they're a temporary one. About 87% of students who have a language other than English are often found to be eligible, but these students still need to be assessed, and there's that. So right now they're being identified there as a group to look at. So when we think about our English learners and being able to address language development while in distance learning environment, we need to continue to work on training, weekly meetings for our EL teachers. 73 EL teachers have recently participated in structured literacy training and have been using structured literacy strategies. But again, I want to be a broken record here. Small group instruction and instruction that focuses specifically on English language development has got to be the key here as we build out those foundational literacy skills. So there's a message through that, a common theme through that small group instruction, and how do we make sure that we support that in the distance learning, which is a challenge. We've received many requests for data about how our students are doing, specifically grades for middle and high school students. Fairfax County, we saw that came out, a report that was done there. We are producing a report similar to present to the community, and I'll have it at my next monitoring report on the 17th, which will include a breakdown of student grades by subgroup, English learners, students with disabilities, et cetera, just like we saw. And this will be for secondary because we're not including our elementary grade comparisons in this report, given the different grading approaches used across schools. But for the 11 elementary schools who use traditional grading, we opted not to use grades to reflect first through fifth grade students' progress during the first quarter because it took a great deal of time for students and teachers to build that meaningful relationship. And so the 11 schools who use standards-based grading reported proficiency in grades 1 to 5 as meeting, approaching, developing, or insufficient evidence. But in either case, we don't have comparable information to elementary students from first quarter to the first quarter of the previous school year. So that's why we're trying to show other things like this PALS data, and we'll show some math information data from our elementary students, since that's something we can compare from year to year. This is not something we can compare year to year, given how that nuance and that difference was there. But for our secondary students, we will have that at the next meeting. As we think about returning to school and when we will move into some form of hybrid, we continue to have the same dates. There's no additional update at this time. Our level 1 students continue at the 33 sites per the guidance that we're using from the state to provide supports for students with disabilities, continuing to monitor how we're doing that safely, and we're still working towards level 2 and 3 for January. And again, that's going to be dependent upon how we are able to mitigate and the continuing work to mitigate the risks for when that can be put in place. And we are continuing the work for that. Like you see here, the parent view process for level 3 is underway through December 7th. And here we are asking all families to make a selection. It's not something that whatever you chose in July, this is a new selection that needs to happen. We will not use any previous selections made over the summer. So if you want to keep the same thing as the summer, you need to indicate that here. Some have asked, why are we proceeding at this time? Why are you asking families this when you're saying January and you don't have an actual date there, even you're saying January? We have to continue to get this information to plan. If we don't get this information, it'll just delay it further and further, because a key element of having this information helps us to be able to do what I've shared already, and that is ensure that we have the right mitigation strategies and the things in place to mitigate the risk. We need to know how many students, the staffing, et cetera, and so delaying that would simply delay the ability to plan for that. For families that do not respond by after the 7th, our principals at the secondary schools and their staff will be reaching out to every family to make sure that they get a selection. So if it's nothing there, there's no default. They will be followed up over the next 2 weeks after this closes. We did have something here that we've shared, an overview of the hybrid model and a video which answered some of the frequently asked questions. And this is available, downloadable file online. The video is posted online and is available with captioning in Spanish and other essential APS languages. Had a lot of questions still about athletics that is set to begin on December 7th for swimming, dive, gymnastics, track and field, basketball, rifle, and dance. That's continuing. We've had a lot of questions about wrestling. Wrestling is still not something we are continuing with. We will not have that in season 1 because of the constant close contact and the lack of what we believe are effective mitigation measures to reduce the transmission. It makes wrestling a very, very high-risk sport. And so we are not participating in that to keep our students, staff, and community safe. And we're not participating in winter cheer, but in season 2, cheer is available, we'll have it available and could be offered outside, which lessens the risk there. We continue with those modifications, which are competitions without spectators, limited or no locker room use, and then there are some more specific modifications that, depending on the sport, students will have to be engaged with. But we'll continue with this beginning on the 7th, as long as we do not have any other from public health officials or the governor that would not allow us to move forward. We will continue to do this and obviously monitor any cases and health measures that come along the way. We're also evaluating whether we'll be able to provide transportation to athletic events, given the significant and unanticipated cost to do so. During winter break, our drivers are not contracted to work and may not be available even, so we have to continue to look at that. But we are moving forward starting on the 7th. A little bit of updates on operations. The main question we've heard a lot of is on air quality and air purification. That's been a frequent topic of interest. Based on construction design drawings and specifications, we have already calculated the amount of air being introduced to each classroom, how much of that is outside air. We've checked the HVAC system components are functioning as specified, and where they're not, we're making the repairs where needed. We have mostly MERV 8 or greater air filters throughout our facilities, and we're upgrading to MERV 11 or 13 air filters wherever we can without adversely affecting airflow. So those things continue to work on in terms of the actual systems. When we think about classroom capacity, our school administrators have confirmed actual classroom capacity with social distancing for each school, and we have calculated classroom capacity, which is the students plus teachers and assistants, based on the standards for ventilation design from the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers. We've also confirmed that most classrooms meet the 5 to 6 air changes. We provided school administrators with maximum classroom capacity based on whichever is lower, the social distancing capacity or the air changes per hour. And school administrators have been directed not to exceed the maximum classroom capacity. People are asking about the charts to be posted, information. So a chart will be posted for each school by December 14th, which will provide the following information: the actual classroom capacities under social distancing, the classroom capacities for outside air per the standards for ventilation, the classroom capacities which may not be exceeded during the pandemic, and the charts will be updated as improvements are made at schools. So that information will be posted and available start no later than the 14th. In terms of air purification, another big question we get asked quite a bit. Mobile bipolar ionization units with HEPA filters were ordered for all of our installation rooms and each school, which was the best recommendation at the time of the order, and they have been installed in all of our isolation rooms. We are also continuing to evaluate alternative types of air purification units for wider distribution to classrooms, and we are seeking advice from our consultants and local experts on the most effective type of air purification unit, and we will make a final selection based on the verification effectiveness, expert recommendation, and availability, lead time of what we see from those consultants. So we're continuing to even think further about that air purification and make sure that it is in place. Now, all these things I've just talked about in this section are back to what I said at the beginning of my opening in the monitoring report of the mitigation strategies that we have to put in place and ensure are there before we can come back in January, bring more students back in, a larger number, because we have to balance that with the risk that we would be seeing at the time of the data with regards to the case incidence rate, et cetera. So a lot of questions on that, and there still may be more, and we'll continue to update on air purification. I'd like to now conclude my monitoring report, as I always do, with our financial projections. This slide details all of our revenue projections, which total between $16 and $23 million revenue loss that we see here. Since the last report, we have reviewed certain revenue streams and have updated them here. So here's the only changes from last time. Our building use and bus camera fines revenue was previously reported only through the first quarter. So we now have updated to show that loss through the second quarter. So you see a difference there. We also received an update on our Medicaid reimbursement and are pleased to report that rather than previously, if you saw, we had a $400,000 loss, we actually will be receiving an increase of $100,000. So that is a positive indicator here on our revenue. And we also updated our estimate of revenue from the Apple buyback program based on repurposing devices for students and staffs that would have otherwise been sold back to Apple. So again, here's where we are right now on December 3rd, but as I've always said each time I do this, the revenue losses are something that could change based on more information, and it will change as you see here, and it's something that is significant, 15 to 23. The range of that continues to be because we do not have yet an update from the county. We're told maybe in January we would get a better update on the county revenue decrease. So that range remains 14 to 21, which is why we still have a range here. When we look at our cost projections, this slide details our estimated costs for us and what we're seeing the changes there. And since the last time, the only change is really in the amount of health and safety needs, which has increased from 5.9 to 7.2 million because of two very important measures for mitigation that we're putting in place. One is staffing for our isolation rooms. We've been working on that and trying to have a contract identified, and that has now gone in place. So we will have staffing for our isolation rooms, and an additional 1 million for random COVID testing that we would have in place for when we move into level 2. Random COVID testing every day at various sites, but there would be that would be something again for us to have in place, and that's an additional 1 million. So here you can see that our cost projections are now 12.6. And again, that is subject to change, especially as we move forward with being in person and going from the second quarter and beyond. For savings, we've also looked at that. We don't have any changes yet, but we're continuing to see what those changes might be. So our savings continues about 9 million. Here you can see the summary of all of our projections, shows a net shortfall of between 19 and 26. Here you can see that we've shared previously the preliminary lookout at our closeout from fiscal year 20 is about 26.9, 24 of that coming from savings from fiscal year 20, and the additional 2.6 coming from CARES Act funding from the county for additional costs that occurred last year for administrative purposes. So again, about 27 overall. So in summary, the slide shows what our gap would be if we used what I would be recommending, 15 million from that closeout. That would put us right now at between 4.58 to 11.68. That is our current gap, and again, that range remains because of the county range. The remainder of this is going to have to be closed through finding additional savings or making reductions in the current budget. This is our current budget. And again, want to re-emphasize, I will not be recommending, the board will decide, but I will not be recommending using more than the 15 million amount because we will be facing significant challenges in fiscal year 22. So we do not want to use all of our closeout this year. We need to have that available for next year. And Madam Chair, that concludes my monitor report for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. I will turn to my colleagues to see if they have comments or questions regarding your monitoring report. And I'd like to go to Ms. Talento first. Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair Grady. Thank you, Dr. Duran, for the monitoring report. I appreciated the wealth of information that you provided this evening. And thanks to you and your staff for the continued work and efforts to continue to ensure that we're moving forward in the best way possible. I have been trying to understand the health metrics, and sometimes it takes me a couple of times to review something when it's a change for something that I gotten used to. But I think I still need some clarity. And so I'm going to ask tonight on slide 3, can you help me understand I understand what the numbers mean. I know what our positivity rate, the second line is a 5.9%. I understand that. We try to stay below 5%, is my recollection. I understand what these numbers mean, and I know that red means that they are in high risk categories, right? So in an ideal world, for us to go back to, 5 days a week, full instruction, ideally we'd like everything to be flashing green. That's what I'm assuming. Is that correct? If we want to open up under
Well,
normal conditions, pre-pandemic, everything would be in green. Is that correct?
if I understand your question, the guidance from CDC is not that all these need to be in green to go back. This is to indicate what are our risks based upon these categories, and the higher the risk, you have to assess and weigh your ability to provide mitigation strategies to combat that risk. You have to make sure the higher the risk that you're including social distancing, that you're not bringing large numbers of students back. So if I understood your question correctly, and if I didn't, please ask again. This is not about a color, all needing to be a certain color to go back, the way that is presented from the CDC's revised guidance.
Okay, so I think that's helpful because basically when we started this school year and we were trying to monitor where we were, and we had that small spike in July, which really showed that the virus is volatile, and we chose to postpone opening. And then we were using metrics in a different way at that time. And it was, if we meet this metric, we will feel comfortable opening and so forth. These new metrics, I think this is the third board meeting that I've seen them now, perhaps the fourth. And I've been trying to process it, and I've been struggling when I see some of the emails and they talk about the metrics, and I'm thinking, okay, what am I not processing correctly? And so I just want to make sure I'm clear. We have moved away from looking at metrics that will help us to determine when to open, as far as if we meet the standards, then we're opening, which I know some districts are doing and some are not, depending on where you are. I've been studying the districts in Virginia through some of the news information that we get. But what we are doing is this shows us where our highest risk issues are, so that we can ensure if we open, we have the needs necessary to mitigate those risks. And assuming we have those needs to mitigate those high risk situations, then we would be comfortable opening. Is it more using it that way versus, well, because it's in red, we're not opening? It's just more like, okay, this is in red. We know that we have a high positivity case. So are all our HEPA filters in? Are all our air filtration process in? Do we have the rapid, whatever mitigation factors we're using to support reducing that risk will determine when we open. So we're using it more as taking the temperature of where we are compared to what we need to have to mitigate.
Yes, as the science of this has evolved and as more of the recommendations and guidance has evolved, initially, at the beginning of COVID, it was, let's look very closely at this and let's put, everything needs to be closed down, which is why the governor closed schools, which is why there was a much stricter way of us having stay-at-home orders, etc. And so that has evolved now with the guidance from public health and from VDH and from CDC to say, okay, now that we're clear and better understanding of some mitigation strategies, you must begin with considering and looking at this data to balance that, to see what must you have in place. And there's some guidance about what you must have in place if you're going to bring back groups of students. You certainly have to look at it and say, if we're in the red and if we're at a very high level of cases, then we have to have things like hybrid. We have to have that social distancing. We have to have the air purification. We have to have the limited numbers, and certain activities we cannot do and certain activities we can. We have to wear our masks, etc. But it doesn't correlate directly now in the guidance to say because things are red, you cannot do anything.
Okay, that's helpful. That is the clarity I needed. So thank you, Dr. Duran. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that clarification. And I did want to thank you for, you talked a little bit about the requests to families at the secondary level, asking them to choose if they're going to return hybrid or remain virtual. And I know that this week our school and community and relations staff put out a video, and then they also provided it in multiple languages as you shared. And I just wanted to thank you all for those efforts. I know that it takes a little bit of work to make sure that we're able to provide it in multiple languages, but it's so important for so many of our families, and it's bringing them, I think, a level of understanding as to what it's going to look like if their secondary student goes into hybrid model. I know that when we did it at the elementary level, the videos are very welcome in the community. So I just wanted to provide thank you for that, and also appreciate the fact that you're putting forward a chart on December 14th with where our school systems are with our air quality control. And then finally, I want to thank you for sharing the data that you did regarding our PALS and the literacy, where we are with that across the system, and looking at our English learners and our students with disabilities. I do think that small group instruction, I agree that small group instruction would be very valuable, and if we can increase that. So thank you for looking at that and for providing us that information. You answered a lot of questions that I had when you presented the information, so I want to thank you for the additional information you provided as you presented. I do not have any additional questions at this time, and just thank you for your work and your continued commitment to try to get us moving forward, making sure that we're having the best education experience we can under these significant and unprecedented circumstances that none of us really are enjoying being in. So I just wanted to say that. And Ms. O'Grady, that is all I have, Chair O'Grady. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Talento, and thank you for asking those questions about the metrics. I do think there's a lot of confusion on that, and there has been some changes in the guidance and how we utilize our metrics in that way. And obviously, the only time when we would not be able to do anything is if we had the governor give us an order to be closed. Now we are taking our time, and I'm taking our time to balance when we see numbers this high, to make sure that we absolutely have those mitigation strategies in place, like I was referring to in the monitoring report around the isolation room, the testing, the ability to make sure we have all of those measures in place. Those are important, and we cannot just say, well, the numbers are high, we can put some mitigation strategies, let's try it. Many places are doing that, and they're going back and forth, in and out of being in session. And I want to make sure that as we move towards saying that we can still have in-person learning in some way, we are doing that with level 1 at a very beginning phase, that we do it in a way that is actually following the metrics, but also following what the science is telling us and the guidance is telling us now, which has evolved. And we certainly know that we're not in a safe space when we see these numbers this way, but it doesn't necessarily mean if it's all red that we can't necessarily do anything for our students. And I do think that, we're showing health metrics here. We're showing very important data around health. We have to understand, and we heard even some callers talk about, this evening, the mental health aspect of where this is for our students and where's the balance on that. So we have to weigh both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duran and Ms. Talento. I'd like to go to Mr. Goldstein next. Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a couple of questions on Dr. Duran's update. And the first one was, and I don't know what the slide number is, but it was about the PALS data. And I think you were saying that the mitigation techniques to address the lower scores that we're seeing were things like, meetings and small group instruction, teacher training, et cetera. But my question is, how much of this do you feel is a result of our virtual learning environment?
In terms of how much, I don't know how I can weigh with how much. I do think it has an impact, because we do know that our early learners, having that small group instruction is very important. I think that in a virtual environment, it's very challenging and difficult to provide small group instruction for our students. So I think that is having an impact. But I do think we can clearly see, if we look back over the 3-year trend, that while there's been some little dips here and there, it's not been where it needs to be for all of our students. So the impact may certainly be result of the small group. But I think it also is telling for us that we have to be doing better at targeted literacy instruction. We have to be thinking about how are we helping our teachers better supply the resources they may need, the professional development they may need, to move our students that need this direct instruction in a more very strategic way across the division. And there are some amazing examples in certain schools that are really showing that type of instruction, but not all of our schools division-wide. And that's something that we need to own at the division level to make sure that we are supporting all of our teachers and our students in that way. But again, when we think about this, it's really, really critical to know that, yes, it has had an impact for some of our English learners, I believe, for students with disabilities, and some of our younger learners, the virtual learning has had an impact.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and I should have been more specific because I was really referring to the chart that showed the data about the English learners.
Yes.
Which seemed to be much more dramatic.
Yes.
Decline in the scores. And so specifically what you just responded with, would that answer be different at all for, now looking at the slide on the English learners?
Well, clearly you can see, and if we know English level learners 1 and 2 are our beginning learners. And you see quite a difference if you look at our upper levels. So for our beginning English learners, and I'm saying that on purpose, Mr. Goldstein, to say not blanketly for English learners, but for our beginning English learners, level 1 and 2, I absolutely think that this has had an impact being in virtual. The ability to have models, and models are peer models who are speaking English in their classroom in those small groups, to be able to have the opportunity to work one-on-one with teachers in that way. That has had an impact for that beginning group of EL 1 and 2, level 1 and 2 students, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So my second question is on, I think it was slide 22, that talked about air quality. I'll wait till it comes up. I don't have it in front of me. About the chart. So I'm confused about this term classroom capacities, because I was under the impression that the chart was going to show for each school building, how many classrooms met the standard, how many don't, how many being worked on, that kind of thing. So can you help me understand this classroom capacities term a little bit better?
I can, but I think Mr. Chadwick will do a much better job, so I'll ask him to help explain that for me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it will show the capacity of each classroom in two ways. One is the way in which we've been able to arrange the classroom to seat kids with appropriate social distancing. And the other is the student capacity of the classroom according to the air system work that we've been doing. And we in fact take the lower of the two. So if we get less students with the air, then we take that number. We get less students with the actual capacity in the classroom and we lay them out 6 feet apart, then we take that as the capacity for the classroom. And that shows that for all the main classrooms in a school.
So I'm still confused. What does that mean for meeting the air quality standard? I mean, if one of these classroom capacities says, 2 students per classroom and another one says, 50, well, I guess we can't have 15, but I guess the average classroom would allow something like 11 or 12. How does that relate to us achieving the air quality standard?
It means that pretty much all of our classrooms achieve the 5 or 6 air changes per hour, which is the recommendation. Some of our classrooms don't get enough fresh air within that 5 to 6 air changes. The ones that don't get enough fresh air in the 5 to 6 air changes, until we are able to do something to increase the amount of fresh air, then we are reducing the student capacity of the classroom.
Okay. Okay, that I understood that better. And so staying on this, how do we achieve our standards theme, we need to have a classroom capacity to accommodate a certain number of students so that when we go to hybrid or some type of in-person, we can actually fit or accommodate all the necessary students in the number of classrooms that the school building has. Will this chart or spreadsheet or something that's going to be released on the 14th be able to show where that school building is in terms of accommodating the number of students we expect to see in an in-person day?
Yes, it will. The principals have already been given information on that. What we are going to be providing on the 14th is updated, so there have been improvements made in some cases. Let me give you an example, because we recently did a calculation for Jefferson that I'm familiar with. So under the capacity that we've posted for Jefferson, there is capacity for 742 students in the school under social distancing with appropriate amounts of fresh air. The recent survey of parents or other survey in the summer had 700 students returning for hybrid learning, so returning for in-person learning. At any given time, there'll only be about half of them. So in fact, there'll be somewhere between 350 and 400 students on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then the same number about on Thursday and Friday. So you can see from that, there should really be plenty of capacity, even allowing for the teachers who have to be included in the classroom capacity, for the students who will be returning under the hybrid model at Jefferson. And the same goes for most of our schools.
Okay, all right, thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Let me know if you need us to come back around to you, but in the meantime, I'm going to go to Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Van Dorn?
Thank you. That was such an excellent presentation, Dr. Duran. I have so many questions, and I'm going to try to distill them. But I first want to tell you that when I wrote up the open office hours notes, I said, please, please, please cover these topics in your back to school update, and you did that. So I just want to thank you very much. But a couple of follow-ups. In the conversations I had with the 5 families that came in about wrestling, they really had some very, I thought, cogent arguments about why we should reconsider that. And I do hope that you will have someone on our staff actually talk with them about how they are actually engaged in wrestling now in their rec programs, and it's working. And it was all food for my brain to think about. So I do hope that we're actually having a conversation with them rather than just saying no. So is that possible that we can engage in that conversation?
Yes, we can. I can have someone. I believe someone was following up with them, but I don't know if it was a conversation or in writing. But certainly, I'll make sure.
I just think they have some ideas to offer, and we should at least hear it. And if we're going to stick to no, just explain that, but at least hear them out. The other one that we didn't comment on were buses. We got some pushback about really only being able to have 11 kids on a bus. Are we rethinking that at all, given the changing metrics and guidelines?
We are looking at conversations on that to see. We haven't made any changes though at this time. It's still the same.
Okay, but we're looking at it.
Yes, we're looking at many different things, but absolutely yes.
Okay. And I just want to really thank you for looking so deeply into the air quality. It's been a big topic of conversation among parents, and you're clearly listening and engaging in that conversation with them. And I know they really, really appreciate that. So I just want to thank you and Mr. Chadwick and all of the staff I know who've been working on that for doing that. So those are my comments. I just want to go to the PALS testing. First of all, I'm not a big fan of PALS. I don't really think it's diagnostic, but we can't do RAS because you have to do that in person, as I understand it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So given that this is the tool we have, and thank you for sharing it, the K2 slide is pretty alarming. but I will tell you that that is not new. So I do hope that we are, for all the appropriate reasons, focused on the structured literacy and adding that back into our curriculum. And with that, I hope that we are providing materials and training to staff to be able to get that done. And I hope that you'll be thinking about that in the budget. And when we get to the calendar, I'm going to be asking about that related to the training. But in particular on those PALS tests, and it's for all. First of all, I want to thank you for including the students with disabilities in the metrics, because I like all of those groups covered, not just the general population, but the subgroups as well. So thank you very, very much for doing that without asking for it. But in all of these, I know we have some students who are not attending and not coming to school. So particularly with these groups, I'd like to know what percentage, and we don't have to do it now unless someone knows this, what percentage of our students were actually tested? Because that really high number at the 4th and 5th grade level for the, or level 4 and 5 for the second language, the English language learners, I just wonder what percentage of kids were being tested. So that would be a useful number to know, like, did 95% of the kids who could take PALS, did they all test at all levels? So if we could know that, I think it would be helpful, unless you're not concerned and you think most students were actually given the PALS.
I'll make
So
sure.
our participation rate.
I'll make sure and follow up with that specific data. I don't have that right in front of me, but I'll make sure and get that.
Yeah. It's just, if we're doing really well with the kids who showed up, but 20% of the kids aren't showing up, then it will skew the data. So that's really it. I just want to thank you, because you answered most of the questions. People wanted to know how we were doing instructionally, and to focus on that. I have a lot of questions about things that we should be doing to improve the virtual instruction and then getting back to school, but you're really addressing those. So thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it, and I appreciate the attentiveness to engaging this conversation with the community and taking them along with us as we try to get back to school. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. I'd like to go to our Vice Chair, Dr. Cannon. Dr. Cannon?
Yes, thank you, Ms. O'Grady. And I think a number of excellent questions have already been asked. I think the presentation was very informative, as it has been throughout this fall. I want to just thank you for continuing to be responsive to the community feedback, the questions, our questions, and also continuing to dig in with the focus groups. And you've got some good plans to pursue as well in terms of improving instruction. So I just wanted to make a few comments. I don't think I'll have any questions, but I think we're all hearing from parents, as Ms. Talento pointed out, with questions about really wanting to understand those metrics really well. I know you're probably getting a little tired of us asking that same question over and over again, but I did want to share a couple things with the community on this, which is, we all understand it would be nice to have that metric that just tells us what, it's going to go this way when the metric is this amount. And then, the fact is we do have more information than just what's in that chart. And that is, frankly, that we have been observing your decision-making for the last several months. That is information for the community. You have always been able to explain your decisions. You have talked about the data you have looked at. You have consulted our local experts, the regional, state guidance. So you've been very clear that you're a logical thinker, you're a rational decision maker, and importantly, that you have prioritized the safety of our students. And so for the parents out there who are trying to understand the chart and understanding, will my child be safe? I personally feel that your decision making demonstrates that when you say we're ready to bring level 2 in and get started with things like that, that you will have made that decision with your priority on student safety. And again, that rational decision making with data throughout. So it's that risk, the virus rate, and then that mitigation piece. And there's no mathematical formula that combines them. It comes down to your decision making and what you know about what we have in place in our schools. And that's a simple fact, but I feel like you've demonstrated again that you've been rational about your decision making, but also that we're seeing those mitigation strategies get better and better. And tonight's presentation was a demonstration of that. All the work on ventilation, for example, which we know is so important. So I hope that helps folks. I do want to say, as I said last time, I'm personally optimistic Again, I know that you're the decision maker, Dr. Duran, but I am optimistic about January, and I want to say that especially because I know there are staff who, are maybe kind of hoping, maybe not January. And I want to say as one board member, I'm optimistic that we will be able to, we'll have those mitigation strategies getting better and better and in place so that we can start level 2 in January. Again, not my decision, but that's how I see things now. Just a couple other quick comments I want to make. I do think that all of us, any chance we get, need to be advocating at the local level, state level, and federal, for that matter, in terms of helping our educators be the priority, one of the top priorities in terms of getting the vaccine. We're getting really optimistic news about vaccines coming out. We might even have more news before our next board meeting, but anything we can do, to be advocating and helping our teachers get the vaccine when it becomes available, anything we can do, we need to make sure that we're pursuing all avenues. And finally, again, yes, none of us, of course, are happy to see the data. The way it looks at the moment. I think we've known all along that we are going to have to be doing something about lost learning as well as other lost socio-emotional development and such. And tonight we did, in our legislative package, put in a priority to advocate to our state legislators about getting additional funding to address lost learning going forward. Just another thing that we need to start talking about at the local, state, and federal level. Can we get funding? We know we need it. We know we are going to have students that are going to be needing support going forward to address that lost learning, and just want to share with the community, again, we'll be advocating, and to the extent that any of us can advocate for more funding to address that, that would be great. And if you have any comments, I just wanted to share all that with the community, and if you do have any comments on that, Dr. Duran, that would be.
Well, yes, I'm really glad about the advocacy for the long-term loss, and I think that we definitely need to be thinking now about what we're going to put in place for that loss over the summer and even for years to come, because a gap in 1 year can have many years of implications for students. So that is something absolutely we need to think about. But what we saw in the data tonight is really concerning to me and to many of us. Ms. Lofton as well has been looking at it with her team, the Department of Teaching and Learning. And so rather than just thinking about long-term loss, what are we going to do right now? And so we are meeting with our elementary principals. They're going to be developing specific actions for those students, looking at the specific names. You just saw a large number here, but the actual specific names of who those students are, helping think about strategies and recommendations for small group instruction now. How do they do that? What are the identifications? So we are looking at all of that right now. I want everyone to understand, everyone who's listening, and certainly all the school board members, to understand that this is very important for us right now, while also looking long-term at the loss.
Absolutely, thank you. Thank you for that clarification, of course, and really glad to hear that we'll be getting on that. Thank you, Ms. O'Grady.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon, and I have a few questions, comments, and then I understand I have a few colleagues who'd like me to come back around again. First, I just want to say, Dr. Duran, thank you for your presentation today. It shows that you do care deeply about our safety, not just for our students, but also for our staff. One of the things that I noticed in your presentation was that we're looking at the possibility of doing random testing. That is potentially going to increase our deficit when we look at our bottom line. But it shows that you are thinking, you're looking forward and moving the ball forward for us getting back in a way that can help us be as safe as possible, not just for our students, but also for our staff. I thought that was very important. The other things I just wanted to bring up is I do appreciate the opportunity for you to be able to hear from our students and staff about what's happening right now. As you have mentioned, some of our students are doing well, but as the data that you showed us, it is telling that some of our students are not doing well. And some of the ideas that our participants in the task force have brought forward, I think, could be very helpful to immediately addressing some of those concerns. For example, the tactile manipulatives or paperwork that can go home to our students, so that our younger students have the ability to be more interactive, even in a virtual setting. And I did notice in your presentation that you said that you're going to have the group come back in in January to look more deeply at those things. But can some of that stuff happen sooner than January, do you think?
So, yeah, and I want to give Ms. Loft opportunity if she'd like to respond to some of this, and I want to thank her because she's the one that led the focus groups and her team thus far, and they are taking immediate actions on many of what they've learned and what we've learned thus far. And then there are some, I think the work group, the task force, on January can go a little deeper, certainly. But if we're learning things throughout the process, and even though the task force is going to be a month, we're not going to just be listening for a month and then wait to take some actions. If there's something we're learning right then, we can put some immediate action into place at that time. But Ms. Loft, if you'd like to respond as well, I think that would be great because you definitely have really led in this way of gathering this information at these focus groups.
And Ms. Loft, when you do answer, if you would not mind also addressing for our older students, our secondary students, some of the concerns around what might be able to happen on Mondays to support our older students around social and emotional needs. Thank you.
Ms. Love, I'm not sure if you're on mute.
Hello again. So I want to say we're really grateful to have gotten this information from our teachers, our counselors, our parents, our students, our ITCs, administrators. We really had a robust and sort of differentiated participation in our focus groups. And one way that we're acting on it with some immediacy is we're bringing many of these suggestions to our principals tomorrow so that our principals can begin to identify which suggestions are sort of actionable now at the site-based levels and which suggestions have more nuance and they may need support with. We're doing the same with our Department of Teaching and Learning staff. What can we act on now and what might we need more investigation or work with the task force? So that is happening with some immediacy. I think a really good example is the feedback that we received from our high school students about the use of Mondays and the delivery of the social emotional learning videos. Some of the feedback we got is that some of the videos didn't quite hit the mark, that the students perhaps didn't find them as meaningful or relevant to their experiences now in distance learning. And I think that's really helpful feedback. We need to remember that a lot of these videos were recorded in the summer months. And so, our kids now having lived a quarter plus in distance learning and feeling some of the social emotional impact, we need to go back to the drawing board and try to target some more meaningful ways to deliver that learning to our students. I think also when we opted to deliver the bulk of the social emotional learning on Mondays, we didn't realize how much Mondays were going to be utilized for office hours, for additional interventions and supports for some asynchronous learning. So Mondays are becoming pretty full. And so what our principals and our teachers are finding is that we're having to kind of spread those videos and some of the learning across throughout the weeks. And we're still learning about how to do that with some consistency and fidelity. So that feedback that we're getting helps us be more explicit and strategic in turning around some of the delivery of that learning so that our kids do find it relevant and can use those skill sets to support their coping mechanisms as they continue to work through distance learning.
Thank you very much, Ms. Loft. I appreciate that. I just want to encourage us as a system to continue to look at how we can improve distance learning. I know that we're doing it as soon as possible for our students, and I just think that that's an important thing. I was happy to hear that we're continuing to work towards more training and support for structured literacy. I think that can help our students be able to be more successful and meet benchmarks that are necessary for them to meet. And then the last thing I just wanted to ask about before I move back around to Ms. Van Dorn for another comment or question is about when people come back to school. Has there been any more development on how we're going to ensure that when they're eating, they can be safe? Because I know parents continue to ask about that.
We still are following what we shared last board meeting in terms of when we're able to provide that space outside, but also with the social distancing and having the guidance that we received about when students can take their mask off to eat and having the distance. And so we haven't made any changes since the last time about that.
Okay, I think that's helpful because as parents are beginning to make decisions about whether they want their older students, our secondary students, to come back to school, I think it's important for them to understand that what we've laid out is the way we're moving forward. I appreciate that. And then with that, I'd like to move back around. Ms. Van Dorn.
Thank you. Dr. Duran, I just have a comment I want to make about appreciating your dedication to doing something now for the students who are struggling. And I want to make a comment about the students who are English language learners, and just in general about, and it's going to connect to students with disabilities and particularly kids who've just learned differently. There are many opportunities to teach differently, and I think one benefit or silver lining in this time is that it forces us to try to look at how we can provide education differently. And as you know, I spent a lot of time with parents of students with disabilities, and there are ways to brainstorm how to help students who are struggling in the virtual environment. And it does require a specific conversation with those children. And there may be ideas that the children can share with each other, but I also think staff needs to be sharing these ideas with each other, and the staff needs to support. If they don't know how to help a child who has difficulty attending in class, now trying to do that on a virtual environment where their child is looking, it's just a bubble on a screen, that's a even greater barrier. So, but there are ways to do it. It can be done. And I think if we can start to make a list and share that between teachers and administrators, as parents come forward and say help, and kids come forward and say help, we could be sharing those things that are working. And I would like to push us to do that because there are also things that can work post-pandemic as well. And in terms of the English learners, I hear what you're saying about the kids needing small group time, but you know, there are a lot of colleges and other institutions that teach second languages virtually, and they do it successfully. And it has to do with the way the instruction is delivered virtually and how the days are broken out. And I hope that we will also look and use some creativity to not simply somebody said to me recently, if the system wasn't working before the pandemic, and all we're doing is taking a system that wasn't working in the first place and putting it in a virtual environment, then it's really not going to work. So if we can take this time when things are kind of broken and look at new ways of supporting our students who learn differently and restructuring and then sharing those experiences with each other as teachers and supporting, I think we really have to support our teachers and administrators, but we can listen, and it can be a continuous cycle as you're demonstrating to all of us that we're having an ongoing conversation about how to reopen. It's the same thing, same conversation about how do you help a child who's having difficulty attending? How do you help a child who's having difficulty acquiring a new language? How do you help a child who is having difficulty reading without really, really small group instruction? What do we do? So if we could just share and encourage everybody to share and find mechanisms, I'd really like us to do that, but I don't accept that it can't be done, and I don't accept we have to just do what we've done before, and I really encourage you to push the staff, to talk to the families, and really share that. I can't emphasize it enough because sometimes I think we're all getting, you know, kind of depressed in this environment and giving up, and we absolutely can't, and I really appreciate the energy that you're leading with to say we've got to do better today as well as plan for tomorrow. So thank you for that. And I'm just sort of cheerleading on it. And we, you know, I think that we all feel a little more confident now, having lived with this pandemic, that we actually can reopen. And like Dr. Kennedy, I am very, very hopeful. I know there are things that I'm doing with my family and my own children who have, one of them has a compromised immune system, that last March I wouldn't have considered doing, because we know how to function now in a way that we didn't before. So I am hopeful, but I also want to say, not only am I hopeful for the students coming back, but I'm also very hopeful and feel confident that you're thinking it through for our staff and ensuring that our staff can be safe, because we need our staff to come back to teach the kids in school and support the kids in school. So just thank you very much. And I'm sort of excited. So keep on, keep on.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. And I agree fully with you that as we look at the data with regards to literacy in specific, that there's some of the data there that we saw, if you look at the 3-year trend, that there were issues that we needed to address, and that was not because of being in virtual learning. And so that is something that we're looking at. How do we improve that Tier 1 instruction? How do we make sure we're meeting the needs of all students? How are we looking at the PALS data and recognizing that PALS may not be the best tool to help us understand that? I presented it because it's the one we have to show 3 years of comparison. But what are some other resources that we can do? And we have to do better. And it's not simply because of we're in the virtual environment for our literacy. That I think it does for some students has enhanced the reason why we see a gap for them. But I do believe that some of those literacy gaps are in place because of the need for us to really go down and deep into our literacy work and ensure that we're providing a good framework with the right resources and sharing and providing professional development for our teachers and our principals about how to do that in a way for some of those students that obviously those that are performing well, no, but for those that we're seeing and identifying and part of the gap, what can we do more of for them? So I appreciate your comment about not just doing the same thing in a virtual environment or paying attention to the issue as only being because of virtual. No, some of these things were underlying issues that we're seeing even rising to the top as a result of the virtual, though.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Talento?
Thank you, Chair Grady. There was something I wanted to appreciate Ms. Van Dorn's comments about open office hours, because I had open office hours the Monday before Thanksgiving, and I reported out, but I think Dr. Duran, I did want to share that I appreciate, and so this is related to what I'm about to share. I appreciate that we're forming the distance learning task force that's going to address these issues and the other concerns related to students' academic performance and social emotional growth. You mentioned this, I think it's on slide 8. One of the issues that I had a similar format as Ms. Van Dorn's, and what was interesting about that format, but I focused my format on a topic base. So I had this one open meeting regarding reopening and going back to school. Most of the discussion was on virtual learning. And one of the things that a parent shared was their young student having trouble joining her class. I think it was a kindergartner, if my memory serves me correctly. And as she mentioned this, everyone in the room started saying they've been having these challenges. And as I've shared in the past, I have the opportunity and privilege to work with a family friend, and it's a VPI student. And the way that her teacher has set it up is they have one link in their chat for every single class. And she actually, the 4-year-old that I'm working with, can actually go and do it herself. Actually does not allow me to help her join. And they do have small group learning. And it's the standing link every day in a section of the teams. And that's significant because what the parents were sharing with me in the open office hours is that some schools are having their students at the early childhood level having to look for 5 links daily, or having to wait for a link to say join school. And the reason I bring that up is I don't know if there's a way to determine a best practices piece for this type of just basic technology. So they shared that some parents have just said, if they're working, I'm just going to let my child, just don't join that class. They weren't there to troubleshoot it. And so it's small things like this that can make significant improvements in supporting our teachers and staff, as well as our students. And I just wanted to make sure that, I won't be in office hours again. I thought it was fascinating when I compared notes with my other colleagues that each school board member seems to get different feedback or different focus on the topics that are brought forward in open office hours. So I didn't want to miss the opportunity to share this with you while we have our staff as well listening in, our ELT and so forth. to add that type of work to the distance learning task force that's going to launch. Just looking at small things like connection. Are there best practices for connection? Are there best practices for doing small group virtual learning? Where is it working? Where isn't? Can we use one link? We haven't had any issues with the student I'm working with in the VPI class, but she also has exceptional teaching team, in my opinion. But I just wanted to share that with you. I didn't want to lose sight of that, and then just reiterate that I also heard my open office showers about the need for non-digital materials, and again, just anecdotally, the VPI student did get some extra materials there at Barcroft, and they have a regular pickup time where they're able to replenish drawing paper or get a new set of crayons or get some PE equipment like balls and things to do while they're doing virtual PE. So I know there's amazing practices that are working out there, but how can we make sure that it's happening system-wide? And I know you touched base on that a little bit, so I just wanted to throw in that the best practices on how to get your students to join and the links, and is there a way to streamline that so that our teachers can and students can actually connect easily and not have a regular troubleshooting. And then the second piece I just wanted to mention that I'd written down was I'm a former band parent. I know how significant that was in my children's life, and I know that we have a lot of band parents and students who are not able to experience band that way, but I think there may be some opportunities to be creative. So as we're moving forward in virtual world and even in hybrid world, I know that I hope that we can look at creative ways to support our music instruction, just as we have many art students for the MLK contest, really engaging. Music is also very powerful in supporting our SEL, the social emotional growth and instruction. So I will just continue to ask if there's a way you can look at our drum line that has, can be completely safe in doing that, and other ways to address our music instruction and our music groups in school. So those are the two things that I want to mention. And also I would echo Ms. Van Doren's advocacy on engaging our wrestling community to determine if there is a way to move forward or to at least engage in the conversation. And so that's all I have. So thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Talento. And certainly on your first issue, we absolutely, those are the types of things that can come out of the task force. And it's an example what I share with Dr. Cannon. If we're learning things in task force, or I think or Ms. O'Grady, we're not going to wait until the end. Those are things that we can address right away. Some of the things about best tips on how to use Teams and those kind of things in terms of the links, we do have best practices that we share with teachers. Obviously, how do we better communicate that and get consistency about how that's used? But those are the types of examples of things that we may find out. And again, it's not, okay, let's wait till the end of this month to do a report and make a recommendation. No. As we hear it, we have staff there who are addressing it right away. And it's something that we're making sure of. In terms of your second question, I think I'll ask Ms. Loft because I know that she may have a better response to the band and the music component of how we're addressing that. So Ms. Loft, if you can provide some updates on the thinking and the work that's been done around that. Thank you.
Sure. So from an instructional point of view with a band and chorus and orchestra, our teachers and our kids are really doing some phenomenal things. Many of them have already produced virtual concerts. They're engaging with local clinicians and continuing to hone their music theory skills as well as their performance skills. So the show must go on, and it is going on in an instructional venue. When we think about indoor guard and indoor percussion, which are two activities that typically occur in the winter months, our high school band directors are looking to see if they can postpone the indoor percussion season to late winter, early spring, with the hope that some of these health metrics start to resolve themselves and it becomes easier to create some mitigation, strategies. so that kids can participate in an indoor experience. That said, our indoor guard is continuing with conditioning along with our athletes outside in the hope of being able to perhaps have a truncated season towards late winter. So we are looking for opportunities for our kids who are engaged in extracurricular music engagement, and those are some examples of how we're moving forward with that.
Thank you for sharing that. I really do appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Loft.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. And I don't have any additional comments from any of my colleagues for this section, though I just wanted to reiterate something that Dr. Cannon had said, which was about the importance of our state and federal legislators who I believe are going to be incredibly important as we try to move forward to make up some of our lost time and academic opportunities with our students, and also to be able to handle our operational costs. As Dr. Duran went through our financial projections, we're still facing some serious financial projections. Without our CARES dollars that we are able to use through the end of the year, we would be in even worse shape. And I believe as we try to figure out how to mitigate some of the issues that we have faced, it will be important for us to, I hope, be able to lean on our state and federal legislators to actually be responsive to not just what's happening here in Arlington, but what's happening in education districts across the country. So with that, we want to thank you, Dr. Duran, for your monitoring report, and also want to thank the staff for their ongoing work to try to support our students as we try to produce good instruction for our students in these challenging times. With that, we're going to move on to our action items tonight. We have 4 action items tonight. First, we'll act on the proposed changes to elementary boundaries. Dr. Duran.
Thank you. And this evening, Director of Planning Evaluation, Ms. Stengel, will be summarizing some of the most recent enhancements to the boundary process. We did have a full presentation on this at the last board meeting. We've also had a public hearing about this. And so the full presentation can be seen from the public from the last board meeting. But this evening, Ms. Stengel will be providing a brief overview, not the entire presentation again, but specifically focusing on some of the changes that were not presented last time at the last board meeting. Ms. Stengel.
Thank you, Dr. Duran, and good evening. Jason, if you can pull up the slides, please. All right, if you could move to the next slide. What I'd like to do is just remind everybody that they can find all of this information on our webpage, and the resources are here. Next slide, please. And as Dr. Duran said, I am just going to go through tonight. There's a lot of information in this slide deck, but I'm going to skip through and really hit those points that identify things that have changed since the November 5th presentation to the school board. Next, Jason, can you go forward to slide 8, please? So this is the map that is for the recommendation, and it was posted online on November 24th. It includes the planning units proposed for reassignments to another attendance zone effective for the 21-22 school year. Overall, as we look at our current students who are impacted by the reassignments, about 630 students in grades K through 4 will be reassigned to a different school. That actually, we do not include the 5th graders in that because they'll be in middle school. And the 4th graders actually, I believe about 120 or a little bit more than that are eligible for grandfathering. It includes 6 schools and 33 planning units. Next slide, please. I want to quickly again review the planning units that are moving in this boundary process. We have 3 planning units moving from Arlington Science Focus to Taylor. And they're listed here, 2410, 2411, 2420. We have some Taylor planning units moving to Arlington Science Focus, 23170, 23190, 23180, 23200, 2310, 2311. We have 3 planning units from Ashland to Arlington Science Focus, 23220, 23220, 23230, and 23231. We have 3 McKinley planning units moving to Ashland, 14100, 14101, and 14110. We have the 1 Tuckahoe unit where the Reed site is located, actually joining the McKinley School, 16061. And Arlington site's focus to the new school at the Key site includes 24050, 24051, 24060, 24070, 24071, 24130, 24031, 24030, 24033, 24032, 24090, 24040, 24041, 24042, 24043, 24081, and 24082. Next slide, please. What I shared the other night, and I just want to repeat here, is we've had three different maps along this process. On October 5th, we presented a proposal that was part of the community engagement process. On November 5th, we had the superintendent's recommended boundaries. And on November 24th, we posted those revisions that are sort of a compromise between the two. And there are 3 planning units here that were not part of any proposals. So we did reach out to those communities, those planning units and families in those planning units to make sure they had a chance to weigh in. And I'm going to focus now on those planning units as we walk through sort of those adjustments from what we saw on November 5th. Next slide, please. So as you look here at the map, all of the changes that we adjusted on November 24th are on that eastern end and are limited to Taylor, the new elementary school at the Key site, and Arlington Science Focus. So this first group here you'll see is circled, and it's those planning units that currently attend Arlington Science Focus. They are north of Lee Highway, and in the initial proposal we had them at Taylor. In the November 5th presentation, we had them in Arlington Science Focus, and in this proposal we move them back at Taylor. Part of the challenge in this boundary process is we have so many kids in this area of the county, and we just don't have enough seats for all of them. Next slide, please. This looks at the next wave in that area. So as you look at this and you look at that area directly west of the Key site, we have 4 planning units, and one of them had been assigned in the initial boundary proposal to the new school at the Key site. And you'll see these are those 3 planning units that they were at Arlington Science Focus in the first 2 proposals. They are attend Arlington Science Focus today. So that's where we targeted some of that information to make sure those families were aware of the changes. Next slide, please. The last piece I want to point out on this is the peninsula that we discussed quite a bit when we had the work session. So the planning units that sit right between the elementary school at the Key site and Arlington Science Focus. We have those in this now attending Arlington Science Focus School. They were there in the initial proposal, and they're returning there in this proposal. Next slide, please. So based on some input we actually had from the school board and understanding how we're treating planning unit 16061, we separated this information from what we originally presented. So 16061 is the planning unit where the Reed site resides. So those families, a lot of those families can actually see the school from their homes. The students in this planning unit are the only planning unit from Tuckahoe joining the McKinley students at the Reed site. So, and we did hear some different ideas from families in this area on some of them wanting to be able to stay at Tuckahoe, some of them definitely wanting to go to the Reed site. So what we're proposing is that all current students K through 4, again, 5th graders will be in middle school next year, who reside in the planning unit, which is being reassigned to McKinley at Reed, will be eligible to remain at Tuckahoe through grandfathering until new boundaries take effect in 23-24. This is the only planning unit assigned to the Reed site. Again, the transportation is not being provided for any grandfather students. Families, and again, we did hear from families who wanted both things on this. Some of them want to stay at Tuckahoe and others want their children to attend the new school building, and Tuckahoe has the capacity to accommodate students, so we can make that work. Next slide, please. So we have, again, in this process, included grandfathering for all grade 4 students, and so information will go out about that if this is adopted. Again, transportation is not being provided for grandfathered students. I want to clarify, all current grade 4 students at the schools involved in this process, including Ashland, Science Focus, McKinley, and Taylor, who reside in the planning unit that is affected by this boundary reassignment, will be eligible to remain at their current school through grandfathering for grade 5 in the 21-22 school year. This includes current grade 4 students who are attending ASFS, Science Focus, through the team and sibling transfers. These students will be eligible to remain at the school for grade 5 in the 2021-22 school year. There's a little error. The grandfathering eligibility, we're actually going to pull that information on December 7th and inform all the families and ask them to follow up, and I'll talk a bit about that in a moment. All K-3, all students in grades K through grade 3 attending Ashland, McKinley, Taylor, and Tuckahoe through transfers can continue at their current schools. So those are there's small numbers of transfers that are special ed and administrative transfers that can be accommodated, and they're there already for instructional reasons. So those can stay at those schools. Next slide, please. I want to clarify who is not eligible for transfers. Students currently in pre-K through grades 3 in the 2021 school year. Siblings of current grade 4 students are not eligible. Students in grades K through 3 who are attending Arlington Science Focus through the team and sibling transfer. And grade 4 students who register or re-enroll after December 7th and reside in the planning units that are reassigned in this boundary process. We will try and accommodate families who will be at a different boundary. If there's room at their school where they'll be next year, we'll work with the schools to make sure that families find that information out and, if possible, can join the new school next year. Next slide, please. If the school board's boundary decision includes grandfathering, then this process will be as follows. Families in planning units that are reassigned to another school attendance zone per school board decision will be notified in mid-December via the U.S. Postal Service and Parent View. We'll ask them to give us some information letting us know their preference for next year. And if they have not returned that information by mid-January, the registrars will be reaching out to them to capture that information. We're doing all this because we really want to make sure we have good information on next year, because that feeds into our spring updates and projections. It helps with staffing, and it makes sure that we have teachers where students are going to be. Jason, if you could now move forward to slide 26, please. Again, I'm just highlighting the changes, and so if somebody has not been following along, they can see all of the information, but I'm going to next just talk about the fall 2020 elementary boundary process. We plan to come back and do a countywide process. It would be implemented for the 23-24 school year. This will again have a broader countywide scope, what we had originally planned before we ran into the pandemic and sort of saw that the options were not great at this period of time, that with so much change. In 2022, we will seek to avoid reassigning planning units that are reassigned in this process. However, I do want to reiterate that it is possible that planning units reassigned this time could be considered in the next boundary process, again, when we do all schools and all planning units. Any planning unit that is not reassigned to another school in the 2020 process right now, including planning units that move to another school, could be considered for a reassignment in 2022. We will manage enrollment to provide relief at schools that are over capacity using some other tools. And the 2022 process will focus on boundary policy considerations and efficiencies. Planning units that are walkable to schools will be considered for reassignments to that school, and planning units that require transportation to their neighborhood school will be considered for reassignment to another neighborhood school. Next slide, and actually I would turn it back to Ms. O'Grady.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stengel. We appreciate you making that presentation. I'd like to go around to my colleagues to see if there are any clarifying comments or questions, and I'll start with Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Van Dorn?
I really don't have any questions. I just want to make a comment. This would not have been my first choice. I had another scenario that, as Ms. Stengel knows, that I preferred, but I do think we have to make these boundary changes. And one thing I've learned, and I shared this during my open office hours on Monday, any changes that we make affect other people, and there's no perfect way to do this. The way our schools are distributed in this community are not what they should be in this era, but we have to live with them. So it gives us some very odd boundaries. And when we put some people in a zone, it affects people on the other end of that zone. So I just really want to thank the staff for starting in one place that you worked on for well over a year to get to, and beginning it with the belief that we were going to do the entire system, and then pivoting, given the pandemic, to then listening and conversing with the board about refocusing that, and then doing that. And then once you're refocused and followed the guidelines that we set up, you then pivoted again when we said, well, that was great. You changed the minimum, but this doesn't make sense. Please do this. And I just want to say thank you, because that was very, very hard work on the fly. And I know it's not perfect, but it has to get done. And this is as good as it's going to be right now. So I'm going to support this. And I just wanted to say thank you for all of that hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. I'm going to move now to Ms. Talento to see if she has any clarifying questions or comments.
I don't have any clarifying questions, but is there a place in this action process where we make comments to the reasons why we are or are not supporting the motion and so forth?
Absolutely. And that will be after we hear the motion. So we are just going around quickly for clarifying comments or questions, and then we will have a motion, and then we will go back around, and people will have the opportunity to comment on why they are or are not supporting the action item.
Thank you, Chair Grady. Then I do not have any clarifying questions or any clarifying comments. I will share my comments when we move forward in that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I'm going to go to Mr. Goldstein for clarifying questions or comments. Mr. Goldstein.
I do have one. Thank you. And that's on slide 15 that was just presented. So if you could bring that up, please. Is that 15? Sorry, it's not that slide. Maybe it's the next slide. There we go. Yes. Sorry. What is that? Is that 16? I'm sorry, I can't read it. But that first bullet, I don't think is stated quite accurately, because students who are currently in pre-K through grade 3 at Tuckahoe would actually be eligible for grandfathering. Isn't that correct?
Yes, so Tuckahoe is all treated as one on slide 14, and actually we should have clarified all other schools on 16. So Tuckahoe is an outlet. Yes.
Okay, so my suggestion would be that you make that change, and when it's, archived, and when people will be looking back at it to, have an understanding of what the nuances are and stuff like that, then it'll be accurately stated there, because, somebody's going to look back in a week or a month or a year or longer, to understand what, some of those details were about this. But that's my only clarifying question or comment.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Thank you, Ms. Stengel. Then I'm going to go to my colleague, Dr. Cannon, for clarifying comments or questions or a motion.
I don't have clarifying questions, but I do have a motion.
Since I have no clarifying questions or comments, I would ask you then to state the motion.
Thank you. And I do believe it's going to be brought up on the screen as well for viewers to see, especially when we get to the table. It would be helpful. Due to the pandemic and stress on families, APS narrowed the focus of this process to make only boundary adjustments needed as a result of the fall 2021 opening of a new neighborhood school at the Key site and the new building at the Reed site, as well as the need to place Arlington Science Focus School within its boundaries. The superintendent's recommendation with school board adjustments reassigns 33 planning units and a projected 1,040 K through 5 students to other neighborhood elementary schools beginning in school year 2021 to 2022, and preserves flexibility for a broader countywide elementary school boundary process in fall 2022. The superintendent's recommendation with school board adjustments creates a new attendance zone for a new neighborhood elementary school at the Key site and an adjusted attendance zone for most of McKinley in the new building at the Reed site, places all schools within their attendance zones, preserves flexibility for a broader countywide elementary school boundary process in 2022, and allows for instructional visioning and the FY 2022 CIP and FY 2023 CIP to be used as guidance in the next elementary school boundary process. Therefore, I move that the school board approve the superintendent's recommendation with school board adjustments. This recommendation will reassign elementary school planning units as presented in the table displayed on the screen. These elementary boundary adjustments will apply in school year 2021-2022 for the current school year 2020-2021 students in grades K through 4, and to all subsequent students in the attendance zones for Ashlawn, Arlington Science Focus School, the new school at the Key site, McKinley at the Reed site, Taylor, and Tuckahoe. I also move that the current grade 4 students at Ashlawn, Arlington Science Focus School, McKinley, and Taylor who were affected by a boundary reassignment will be eligible for grandfathering for grade 5 in school year 2021-2022. Current grade 4 students who are attending Arlington Science Focus School through team and sibling transfers will be eligible to remain at Arlington Science Focus School for grade 5 in school year 2021-2022. All students attending Ashlawn, McKinley, Taylor, and Tuckahoe through transfers can continue at their current schools. In addition, all current grade K through 4 Tuckahoe students who reside in Planning Unit 16061, which is reassigned to McKinley at the Reed site, will be eligible to be grandfathered at Tuckahoe through school year 2022-2023. Transportation will not be provided for grandfathered students. I further direct the superintendent to implement a mechanism to reduce Abingdon's enrollment that will take effect in school year 2021-2022, and undertake a countywide process to manage elementary school enrollment in school year 2022 to 2023 that will take effect in school year 2023-2024 and will include boundary changes and other tools. Additional notes: students who are eligible to remain at their current school due to grandfathering would still have the option to attend their newly assigned neighborhood school in school year 2021-2022. Students must be enrolled in APS as of December 7th, 2020 to be eligible for grandfathering. In addition to notifying current families in the planning units involved, APS will also reach out to families of grade 4 students in the reassigned planning units who withdrew on or before December 7th to confirm whether their student will re-enroll for 2021-2022 and if they want to be grandfathered with their current neighborhood school.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cannon. And is there a second?
Nancy seconds.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. Before I call for a vote, are there any comments on this motion? And I will go back to Ms. Van Dorn to begin with.
I had gotten ahead of myself and I already made my comments. I'm supportive of this. It's wouldn't have been my first choice, but it's a good, solid change that will get us through the next 2 years and give people a home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. This is a difficult vote for me. because it's not a map that I would have chosen as a first choice. And I think that I've been fairly clear in our work sessions and in our work during this process that, I believe we should have done significantly less in this boundary process. And so I could vote no on that principle, but I don't think that really, I don't think that voting no on that principle allows me to own the responsibility that I have as a school board member to work with my colleagues to ensure that we're making the best decisions for the county. And so there were a couple of iterations that I really felt went against some strong principles that I had. And I think that in this iteration proposal, much of that has been fixed, while not all of it. I've been asked to pause this process and stop, which would leave us with a building at the Reed site unfilled. And we have been suggested to use it as swing space for different things, but that also has consequences, like transportation. And what do we use the swing space for? There are currently, as of today, no schools over capacity by, I think, more than 10, except for ASFS. In their current buildings. And we know that we're going to grow, that projections are not where they are today because of the pandemic, but the anticipation is that we'll grow, and we just maybe bought ourselves a little bit of time. So I don't think that pausing and not moving forward with any moves and waiting will help us, because we still need to adjust things, and we do have one school that, if we did that, would stay in that case. However, I recognize that with this process, we are moving the key immersion program to ATS, so they will be then over capacity. They did not have a significant drop in enrollment, and I think families are going to stay with the key immersion program. And so I really hope that in this next CIP process, as we had looked at last year's CIP process and looking at a design study for ATS last fall of November 2019, that we consider if that's a building site that we can grow, and that we also start working immediately with the immersion principal and her staff to determine what needs and facility supports they will have to open in September. I've been told by immersion parents that none of that has started. And I recognize that we've been managing a crisis in a pandemic and focusing on reopening. But as we are here, about to decide on boundaries, I really would like to ask that be started immediately so that the community can be supported as we transition, just as we are supporting other communities in some of these transitions. I also want to address a couple of other things that have been brought to my attention. So I don't want to go into all the details about this particular iteration and some of the things that I'm compromising on. But there is a section that I struggled with, and that was the Taylor, the 3 planning units that are moving from ASFS to Taylor that are north of Lee Highway. But as I started studying our county, which I've been doing now in every boundary process, they're actually adjacent to 2 other planning units that go to Taylor. Those 2 planning units are also closed in by Spout Run and I-66 on the north side of it and on the south side of Lee Highway. Those 2 planning units have, in that whole section of 5 planning units, have some of the highest committed affordable housing units. And no one's advocated for those 2 units. No one has brought them to my attention at all. And they've been going to Taylor for years. And those 5 units are split up by a driveway. So we have 5 planning units of diverse socioeconomic diversity, but mostly, I think the percentage, if you took all 5 and put them together, is low income. They're all mostly rentals. There is some townhomes, I believe, and there's some single family homes. And it is frustrating for me to be It is frustrating to hear people advocate for communities in selection. Let's advocate for everyone. And so, yes, I'm moving those 3 units with this vote to Taylor, but I'm also connecting them to the community that they've been split up from for years, probably due to a time where we actually moved our communities with high free and reduced lunch rates to schools that may not have been close to them for the sake of diversity. And I believe that everyone deserves a community school. And so they're not getting a community school. But what I'm hopeful is that now people will see them as a whole community, because all 5 of those planning units are locked in by Spout Run in the backside and Lee Highway in the front. And there's a new committed affordable unit coming up based on the data that was shared with us. And that is published on our website, by the way, because that's where I found it. And so what I'm hopeful is that in the boundary process in 2 years, they will look at all 5 of those planning units as one community, which it is, and see if they can move them to Arts and Science Focus or the new building at Key Site, or determine, how we support that community if they stay at Taylor, and making sure that the Taylor community, which I've heard wonderful things about, will welcome them and make sure that they have everything they need. The other factor in that is that those 5 planning units combined for each one has about the same percentage of students from each planning unit going to the immersion program. So it's really a small number of students. But yet people were only talking to me about the 3 that we are moving. No one paid attention to the units right next to them that are split up by a driveway. I don't even know if there's a street name for it when I was studying the map. And then I want to talk about Woodbury Park. And I am very disappointed that Woodbury Park is not going to the Key building site. But the other options is to send the far east of Roslyn to Taylor, or to move other units impacted. And the majority of Woodbury Park is currently going to immersion, from what I understand, but we still have community members who are going to the Key site. So currently today, we still have community members at Woodbury Park who are assigned to ASFS as their neighborhood school. And so we'll have community members there that are going to the immersion program, and community members that will continue to stay at ASFS. And I hope that in the future we can look to see if they move to the Key site, but also keeping in mind, are we going to have extended walk zones? Are we going to put those in place? What does it look like? Will they be on a bus? I don't want to move that community to an overcrowded school. I want to really think about it, and I want to engage them. And yet again, we have the community advocating up at Woodbury Park, but no one is talking about the apartment building right next to them, the community apartment, multifamily housing apartments, I believe they're apartments, right next to them, that goes to Long Branch, that is bused to Long Branch. No one has mentioned them to me. And they're a small sliver of orange that I couldn't move this time around. I didn't advocate because I would be taking 10 to 15 kids, because a lot of them go to immersion, if my memory serves me right. I'm taking them out of the school that they've known for years during the pandemic without having the opportunity to engage them. So right now, I thought they'll go to school, they'll stay with the community they know, even though they've split up for their whole surrounding community. And hopefully in 2 years, people will advocate with them as a community, as part of the whole section where Woodbury Park is. So I just share that because it is hurtful to hear that we do these things with ignorance to equity or ignorance to the impact that we're having on people. I'm not ignorant to the impact. I'm looking at our whole community. I'm trying to make the best decisions long term that will serve everyone. And sometimes I have to take a step backwards so that I can move fully forward later. And when I leave the school board, I plan to continue to engage the community. I'm trying to grow leaders in the immigrant community and teach them how to advocate and find ways to get involved in the system. And these decisions aren't easy. And so I apologize for the long speech, because I know it's going to be a long building, but our community members have asked me about those specific things. They've been advocating for specific communities, but ignoring and keeping invisible other communities that don't have a voice, other communities that should be advocating for. So if you're going to be an advocate, then advocate for everyone and recognize that these decisions are difficult. And if I move some units in one way, I'm impacting other units in the same way that you do not want to be impacted. These are not easy decisions. And so while I do not love this map, and there are things that I would choose to not move, and I would prefer to pause not everything, because I do think that we need to move our programs as we voted last year and open up Read with students in it. I believe that that is the best thing for our system. They're not everything I would do that is in this map, but I am one person, and I do not believe that one person makes the best decision alone. I work with 4 other colleagues, and we all are able to compromise on this one map that maybe none of us love, but all of us have been able to provide some perspective of what we believe in all the 4 years that we've been digging into CIP, planning, projections, studying, all the work that we do, in hopes that this is the best decision at this time moving forward. And our staff has worked very hard to provide us what they've given us today in the midst of a pandemic, in the midst of a crisis. So I will be supporting this map tonight. And I hope that we can please start engaging the key principal and providing her the support she needs to move to a building that is going to be smaller than the people that she is bringing in, and make sure that she has the best facility support in order to bring her program to a strong opening in September. Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. I think that covers all the comments that I have this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Delento. I'd like to go now to Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to try and keep this short, but I'm not going to be supporting this recommendation this evening, and I have several reasons for that decision. My biggest reason fundamentally is that this process needed to honor our commitment to a countywide process that we have reiterated for several years, that we would be doing a countywide elementary boundary process. Reducing the scope the way we have done ignores all of South Arlington, where we're anticipating much more robust enrollment growth. Now those schools have to wait 2 more years to get relief from the capacity problems that we see in the data table, and we know are going to get worse through our projections. Reducing the scope the way we've done in this process forces us to accept the limitations of a piecemeal process. We're going to have to come back to and finish the work at Arlington Science Focus. That shouldn't be happening. We've had this on our front burner for a long time to fix the boundary problems at and enrollment problems at Science Focus, and now it's got to be stretched out another couple of years. And reducing the scope is also going to create roadblocks for us that'll hamper the next boundary process. But beyond the problems that I have with reducing the scope, I have a few other reasons. So we have been asking for over a year how we're going to fit key immersion students into the ATS building. There are approximately 80 more key immersion students than capacity at the ATS building, including its 8 relocatables. And we should have had that information by now, but we don't. We need to understand how we're going to accredit Arlington Science Focus as the accreditation moves with, the majority of their students. I'm sure there's a way, but we don't know what that is. And that's something that we need to know as part of this jigsaw puzzle. We need a commitment. We need even an answer on the removal of relocatables where enrollment has been adjusted, but we don't have that either. And I guess, one of my other major reasons for not supporting this is that we are ignoring demographic balancing, and we're not moving any school towards, in fact, moving away from the countywide average. So again, I promise to keep it short. For those reasons, and there are a few more kind of more minor reasons, I'll not be supporting this recommendation this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein. I'd like to turn to our Vice Chair, Dr. Cannon. Dr. Cannon.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. And let me just first start off by thanking you as our stalwart chair of, ushering us through this process to get us to this point. Dr. Duran, of course, and Ms. Stengel and her staff. It takes a lot of work to get to this point. And, every time we get to a boundary vote, and this board has actually done this a number of times together, there's always a combination of, just understanding that we're at the point of voting, but there's always a variety of things that we each were looking for that maybe were different across all 5 of us, and that we all feel that some compromises happened. But at the end of the day, what really is important is that we're moving forward and taking this vote. Boundary processes are never easy, and the easiest thing to do is simply to say, let's pause, let's not. This board has never, ever entertained the idea of not doing the hard work. And I'm really glad Ms. Talento made the comments she did, because it illustrates to the community the kind of discussions we have and the kind of work this board does with these boundary processes. And of course, every time I say the board, I'm including the staff in this as well. Just today and in the last few days, when we've done a lot of community engagement, a lot that people tell us we haven't talked to one community or another community. Oftentimes we have. Board members get out and engage in a variety of ways, and even during this pandemic, a lot of conversations were had. And so by the time when we're really talking about these maps, we are having conversations with each other where one board member is mentioning the intersection of someone's bus stop. We're talking about crosswalks. We're talking about stairways. This board and staff walk these neighborhoods, learn about these communities, and really gain an entire geographical data set. And of course, hear all the different perspectives and advocacies. I want to share that in the same way that Ms. Talento did, because we do get emails, especially toward the end of the process, and we often hear advocacy during the process where people say, how can we best advocate? Because we know that you always go with the squeaky wheel. We know that you always go with the loudest voices. And then the final map comes out and people say, yeah, that proves that, the loudest voices, got their way. The fact is, any map is going to correlate with some advocacy, but it is, I have never, ever heard a board member express interest in anything because of loudest voices or squeaky wheels or certain advocacy. This board talks about the details and the weeds in the very way that Ms. Talento was talking about earlier. So at the end of the day, there's a lot to look at. And again, as Ms. Talento pointed out, when you talk about equity and point to a certain neighborhood, you're not really talking about equity. What we have to do as a board is look at a lot of neighborhoods, schools, factors. We need to think about proximity, and we need to think about demographics and factors that actually are often in competition with each other, and make the best holistic decision we can. And that was under the constraints of the fact that during this pandemic, we understood that doing a comprehensive process was going to be difficult in a variety of ways as well. So at the end of the day, my conclusion is that this motion does address the best of what we could do with this process. And I really, again, want to just thank everyone involved and thank the community for their advocacy as well. But really, a lot of hard work has gotten into getting us to this point, and I am happy to support the motion. Thank you, Ms. O'Grady.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cannon, and we do appreciate that. And I want to thank my colleagues for working so hard to come up with what is being presented tonight. We had several iterations, as Ms. Stengel shared with us. After much conversation, deliberation, investigation, this is the map that we have to move forward. I personally am disappointed. I'm disappointed we were not able to do a countywide process. I think it would have potentially given us a better outcome, but I am more disappointed and worried about the pandemic. There is not one part of our community that has not been impacted by the pandemic, and each of those parts of the community have had to make different accommodations because of it. And this map is an example of what we needed to do to move forward with the pandemic. I happen to be the liaison for the Reed School Building Level Planning Committee. I know that community worked very hard to build a school for students to attend. The school board had to make a decision when we were looking at financial shortfalls because of the pandemic, how we were going to move our construction forward. And we actually put a pause on finishing the Ed Center for the Washington Liberty students in order to ensure that this building could be open so we could alleviate some overcrowding for our elementary students. I think it would not do service or be in the best interest of utilizing our financial resources if we were to then not fill that building. In my opinion, it was imperative that we move forward. We had to make some adjustments to do that, and we tried to do that in a way that honored what we're all dealing with, which is the pandemic. So while this is not the perfect solution in terms of how we would have liked to have looked at our division overall, I do believe that when we come back and look at this the next round, we will be able to address many of the things that our community have been discussing. As we do move forward, I really think it's time for us, I will be supporting this. But as we move forward, I think at this point, it's important to look at the steps we need to take at this point. I believe it's important for us to look at Abingdon, and this motion will allow us to do so, to try to figure out a way to give people the option to be able to see some relief at Abingdon. And I think that's an important aspect of why I will be supporting this. I also think it's very important for us to look at the visioning for immersion. I've said several times, I'm disappointed that we have not had the opportunity to move that visioning process forward with the community. Staff has shared with us that they have been working with staff to try to get ready to move forward. But it is not just the capacity at Key that needs to be addressed. It is how we are going to deal with overcrowding at both of our immersion sites and what the future of immersion is and what it needs not just for elementary school, but also for middle school and also for high school. That needs to happen, and that conversation should be happening as soon as possible so we can continue to move that program forward in a way that it can best serve the students who take advantage of it. I think it's important for us to be looking at how to support our new communities. There are several new communities that are going to be formed because of this, and because of the pandemic, it's harder to create community for new schools. I hope that we can support each of these new schools and their changing communities to come together sooner than later so that they can be successful in their new buildings as soon as possible. And I just want to say that I know that some people are disappointed with this decision, but I hope that we can move forward together in a way that can really show our community coming out of the pandemic that we are open, we are ready to take on new challenges, and we're ready to accept our new colleagues and counterparts in new ways. So with that, I think we are ready to vote. I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
All in favor of the motion, please say yes. Those opposed say no. Mr. Goldstein?
No.
Dr. Cannonen?
Yes.
Ms. O'Grady?
Yes.
Ms. Talento?
Yes.
Ms. Van Doren?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you very much. Next, we will act on the proposed Barcroft Elementary School calendar alignment. Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. All the information on the Barcroft Elementary calendar alignment was presented at the November 17th school board meeting, and so we have no new additional information for that action item. So we're available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. I do appreciate that. At this point, I would like to ask whether or not there are any clarifying questions, and I would like to start with Ms. Talento. Ms. Talento.
No, I do not. This is for the Barcroft calendar, correct?
That is correct. And right now, we're looking for clarifying if there are any clarifying questions, even though I know there was not a presentation given. We'll come back around. Let's do it this way. Any clarifying questions or comments?
I don't have any clarifying questions, Chair O'Grady, but I do have a motion when you are ready.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to you for that. Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah, thank you. I believe there are some changes from the what was presented at the info item last meeting. I believe that last slide on next steps was kind of clarified and changed a bit, and I did want to address that. Am I correct in that assumption?
There were no substantive changes, but if you have a question about the last slide, I'm happy to have Ms. Ashby or Ms. Stengel can respond if you have a question.
Yeah, thank you. Correct, there are no real substantive changes, but there were some changes, and I spent some time talking to staff about it as well as with the Barcroft community. So I do have a clarifying question here on the second bullet, and that is about the term intersession, which in the modified Barcroft calendar refers to that couple, 3 weeks in the fall and again in the spring when the normal school day is replaced with, variety of intersession activities. And so I'm a little confused about the summer support and the use of the term intersession in the summer context.
Ms. Loft, can you please provide clarification on the term intersession and why it was used here? Thank you.
Sure. We use the term intercession because it is sort of part of the vernacular in the Barcroft modified school year calendar to address breaks that occur between, academic terms. So there's an intercession in the fall, there's an intercession in the spring, and we determined in working with the principal of Barcroft to use the term intercession in the summer, simply to align that that vernacular. What we're saying, though, or the crux, I guess, of that second bullet is that we have committed to working with Parks and Rec to help provide additional activities in which Barcroft students wouldn't have been able to participate in if we continued with the modified school year calendar. I'll also say that with the modified school year calendar, Barcroft students would have started school at the beginning of August. Now, if we move to the traditional calendar, that those weeks in August would be times in which the Barcroft community might use some additional support in providing additional activities during the summer and childcare in the summer for their students. So that was really the focus of the second bullet.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Sorry, can you put the slide back up again? And the idea, of course, to work with the Barcroft community on some kind of longer-term instructional focus, and that the planning for that you're anticipating would begin in January.
Right.
Okay. Very good. Thank you for that. And I think that's the end of my clarifying questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein. I believe I'll go to Ms. Van Dorn next, please. Ms. Van Dorn.
I apologize. I'm moving my finger across the screen. I have no questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I understand that our vice chair also does not have any questions. I currently do not have any questions. Therefore, I'd like to have a motion, please. Ms. Talento?
Thank you, Chair Grady. I move that the board approve the superintendent's proposal to align the Barcroft school year calendar with the calendars of all of APS elementary schools beginning in the 21-22 school year.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. Is there a second?
Second.
Now I just want to give my colleagues an opportunity to make any comments if they feel that they need to. I'll go around very quickly on this. Let's see. Ms. Talento, did you want to make any comments?
Yes, I just want to acknowledge that I know there are many Barcroft community members who are disappointed that this decision is being made. And, I know this is a difficult night for decision making. I don't make this decision easily either, because it's difficult to know that you're making a decision that members of your community don't support. But again, when I look at what is needed for us to strengthen our operations and support our staff and support our instruction, I do think that this is a good decision right now with everything that we are experiencing. And our growth in trying to support long-term growth, long-term stability, future boundary changes. I'm trying to move towards being a bigger school system versus being a smaller school system. And I believe that our staff and leadership at Barcroft is fully committed to ensuring that they provide the highest level of instruction for all their students. And I've witnessed the high expectations they have for every single student that walks in their doors, how strong the community is, how closely knitted and how strongly they advocate as one community, which is a beautiful thing because we don't see that everywhere yet. And I think we're heading to that. And I believe that Barcroft is an excellent example of how they work with each other and support each other and welcome each other regardless of their backgrounds. And that's why it's hard for me, because I know many of them would like to keep this year-round program and that they believe it serves them really, really well. But I believe that this is while difficult, a best decision to make at this time for our system as a whole. And I believe that the leadership of Barcroft is the right leadership to make sure that there is no impact to our students as we transition, a negative impact, because there's an impact, but negative impact. So I'm going to be supporting this motion. And I just want to acknowledge that I know this is not something that all the Barcroft community supports, and that it will be disappointing for many parents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Talento. Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah, thank you. This is a very difficult decision for me, and I've been on the fence for a long, long time about this, including up to, and including this afternoon and evening. I was distressed about the broken commitment that APS made or broke with the community about having them, make the decision to continue or not with the modified calendar, because losing the trust of the community is a significant issue. As Tanya says, there's not going to be a negative impact on the students, but there's going to be a negative impact on the relationship between APS and the community. I think it's vitally important that our organization maintain trust and integrity in our words and our actions. On the other hand, I think staff has been very attentive to and worked hard to develop ideas that'll support the Barcroft community in this transition to the traditional calendar. I believe that they're sincere in bringing that support to fruition, and I trust that they will be able to accomplish that. And on the other hand, there's three hands in this debate. On the other hand are the cold hard facts that this costs more, this costs something, and we are looking at significant budget problems in the future, and that the modified calendar does not yield the academic benefits that were envisioned when it was first started 15 years ago. So I am going to support this motion. Again, with the caveat that we really need to understand the impact on our community, both small c community and capital C community, of our commitments and our actions, and that they actually dovetail. So those are my comments on the.
Thank you very much, Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. Van Dorn?
I don't have any comments. I support the motion, and I trust, after the extensive conversation we had last time, that our staff is reaching out and working with the community and is going to really pull the community back together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Cannonen?
Yes, I agree with the comments that have been made. And, I guess I just want to take this opportunity to mention that I'm a big fan of year-round school. And I believe it's the future. I don't know whether it's 5 years from now or 50, but I believe year-round school makes a lot of sense. However, having one school with a different calendar has presented challenges. And so at this time, I believe it's the right thing to do to bring them into our standard calendar. But I do hope that we can continue entertaining the idea of year-round school going forward.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cannonen. I also will be supporting this motion with some sadness, because I understand what it's like to embrace something that's very different than most of our community here, and to put your heart and soul into it, and then be disappointed that option will no longer be accessible to you. I want to thank the community for supporting the school as a year-round calendar school, and I would ask them to please work with their principal and APS to come up with a new focus that they can support, that will support all of their students and continue to find ways for them to be successful. I know this is a hard night for the Barcroft community, and unfortunately, this is where we are, and partially because of the financial constraints that we're facing, in my opinion, and partially because this is not aligned with the rest of our community, which is creating that significant difference in cost. I hope that we can help this community move forward and take their advocacy and their support and come together and figure out the best way for this community to exist in the future, while it will not be a year-round school. Those are my comments. The motion has been read and it has been seconded. So I would ask for Ms. Elliott to call the roll.
All in favor of the motion, please say yes. Those opposed, say no. Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Dr. Cannonen?
Yes.
Ms. O'Grady?
Yes.
Ms. Talento?
Yes.
Ms. Van Dorn?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elliott. Our third action item is the 2022 school calendar. Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this item was presented at the November 17th board meeting, so we do not have any additional presentation, but I do want to just comment that I look forward to the fact that in this calendar, we are actually celebrating and honoring school holidays for our Muslim, Jewish, Hindu, Sikh, and Jain communities, and really making sure that we're valuing that not only for those communities, but for all of our community to recognize the importance of the religious diversity that we have, and also the change in Columbus Day to Indigenous People Day as well. So I'm really excited about that and look forward to making that movement forward. Mr. Redding is available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, I will move to comments, and then I will ask for a motion, and I will start this time with Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess the question is for, we're talking about clarifying questions, right?
Yes, we're talking about
Yeah,
clarifying
okay.
questions.
So I guess the question is for Dan, and that is the activity of the calendar committee. And did they see the same proposal that we are seeing tonight for action?
So
is that what they recommended?
the calendar committee made recommendations. They saw the original proposal that was at the beginning of what was shared in the presentation on November 17th. They gave a lot of feedback, reviewed the community input, and made some recommendations. That calendar went to the ELT and superintendent, who reviewed those recommendations and made some of the adjustments. One of the biggest being moving the student start date for K-12 from August 23rd to August 30th, because the preponderance of the feedback was around not starting school so much earlier than Labor Day weekend. So that was the major change that occurred, was the shifting of the student start date ahead 1 week, or 1 week later, I should say.
Okay, good. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. Van Doorn, any clarifying questions or comments?
Yes, I actually have three. And Dr. Duran, you can, I don't know who you want to send these to, but I think we've all been reached out to by the AEA, who really don't feel that they saw this proposal and did not have an opportunity to discuss it past the first meeting of the calendar committee. Isn't it not the normal practice that we get feedback from that committee prior to the final proposal coming to us?
Mr. Redding?
Yeah, so as I shared with Mr. Goldstein, the initial proposal was shared with the calendar committee, went out for the feedback and the survey to the whole community, visited different stakeholder groups.
Yeah, I got all that. What I want to know is why, once the executive, the ELT, our senior managers made an adjustment, why did we not go back to the committee that we had charged with coming up with it and run that by them for their feedback?
We brought it to them at that point, and then it was immediately following that slated for presentation to the board as an information item.
So maybe we need to think about that process in the future, that if it's going to be a recommendation of the calendar committee, either it should be a recommendation of ELT or it should be a recommendation from the calendar committee. So there's some feedback. I'm concerned about the 7 days, I believe it is, of training.
The pre-service days.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that went from 5 to 7 days.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just stating that as a fact, that that's a change that the calendar committee did not weigh in on. And I'm just providing feedback. We have an issue with training. It's not always considered useful by teachers. They would like to get some meaty training that actually helps them do their jobs better. And they often feel that elongated training is simply an opportunity to have meetings within buildings with their principals. So I'm just giving you the feedback that I hope you do go back to the calendar committee and you do go back to the people who are supposed to be benefiting from this training. And we make sure that the time that we're spending, the money this community is spending to improve and enhance the skills of our teachers, that it actually happens. I hope that we do that. We talked a lot about reading. We looked at those PAL scores. That is not going to change until all of our elementary teachers have structured literacy training and every single child has the RANRAS assessment and it's done. And if you do that, and if you take that precious training time at the beginning of the school year and train all of your elementary teachers in how to do the RANRAS screening and train all of them in the structured literacy approach to complement what they're already doing, you will see an improvement in those scores. But until we do that and we stop allowing school to school, that system of schools as opposed to a school system approach, we're going to have a problem. So I think it's important to connect these things, because if you create a calendar and you add training days, but then you don't have a very intentional, deliberate use for those, it's not going to work. So please, please talk to that committee, talk to TCI, find out how to make it work, because you're asking us, the board, to add 7 days of training. And we really need to know it's going to be worth doing it. I don't mean adding like in addition to previously, but we're going from what had been 5 to 7. And you need to hear that input. And the fact that members of your committee feel they have to come to us says that they have not felt heard. So I just really need to communicate that to Dr. Duran and to you and to the ELT, because going around a group that you've asked and empowered to do something doesn't bode well in terms of the future and anyone wanting to serve on that committee and not just being seen as a pawn. So please listen to people's feedback. Please let's use those days well. Even flex days. Was that even a conversation this year? So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to leave it at that. I don't think there's a question in there. I'm just asking you to please, please honor the people you're asking for their advice, and please make those training days work. Thank you. Dan, you can respond, Dr. Duran, but I just needed to give my opinion on that.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. We certainly received that, and we will follow up with those committees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Talento?
Thank you, Chair Grady. I do not have any clarifying questions or comments. I did have a similar question about the 7-day pre-service piece, because I did note that today in my review, and I was trying to figure out if it was there last time, and it may have been, and I just missed it. But I did assume that 2 of them were flex days. I think we had done that last year after a significant time of people lobbying for that flex day piece. So again, I just would echo some of what Ms. Van Dorn said about just working with our teachers and making sure that the training is worth everyone's time, including ours in central office, as well as our teachers, that we're providing them what we need them to have, but also giving them what they feel they need to have to, support our system. But I will be supporting the calendar, and thank you for your work on this.
Thank you very much. Dr. Cannon?
Is this just clarifying questions? I have no clarifying questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's clarifying questions. Then, since we have been through one round of clarifying questions, I'd like to ask for a motion.
Okay, that will come from me, Nancy, and I'm pulling up my motion now. I move that the board approve the superintendent's recommended 2021-2022 school year calendar as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Now I will go around to ensure that everyone has had the opportunity to weigh in on this vote, and I will start again with Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein?
I have no additional comments about this. I intend to support it.
Thank you very much. Ms. Van Dorn?
I've made my comments and just asked that we please be intentional with the use of the days.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ms. Talento?
Thank you, Chair Grady. I don't have any additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Cannon?
Yeah, just want to thank Dr. Duran and Mr. Redding, especially for those world holidays. I think that's fantastic. Indigenous Peoples Days is fantastic. And also the 2-week winter break, really, really a wonderful thing for our students and staff. Thank you. And I will be supporting the calendar.
Thank you very much. And I too would like to thank Dr. Duran and Mr. Redding as well for their work on this calendar. I would share that I think it is important for us to swing back around to a committee and get some feedback. I would also share that in our evaluations for our English language learners and our special ed students, that it was reiterated that we need more training for our teachers if we are going to better serve our students. I'd also like to reiterate what Ms. Van Dorn said about structured literacy. I think it is a key to making some meaningful gains, especially after seeing some of the data that we saw in Dr. Duran's earlier presentation. So I hope that each of those days can be incredibly meaningful for our teachers. And when that happens, it will also be, I think, very important for our students. I'd also say that equity training is also going to be key, in my opinion, for making some gains as well. So I hope that those 2 additional days are very fruitful for our teachers and our staff, because it will translate to better outcomes for our students. And with that, the motion has been read and seconded. The clerk will call the roll.
All in favor of the motion, please say yes. Those opposed say no. Ms. Van Doren?
Yes.
Ms. Talento?
Yes.
Ms. O'Grady?
Yes.
Dr. Cannonen?
Yes.
Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elliott. And our final action item is to act on revisions to 2 facility policies. Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. These policies were initially presented on November 5th board meeting. There have been some significant changes and some updates to this, and we're bringing it back. So I would like for Assistant Superintendent Mr. Chadwick to give an overview of what those changes are, some of the enhancements to the policies. After much feedback that we received, good feedback from all of the board members. And so, Mr. Chadwick, would you please present an overview of those changes? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Good evening, members of the board. If we could have the presentation, please. So as Dr. Duran said, these are revisions to policy F-1, financial management, capital improvement plan, and policy F5.7, construction and maintenance. Next slide, please. The changes to these 2 policies since the November the 5th meeting have been revised since they were presented on November the 5th to reflect emails that we received from school board members, to reflect discussion with and input from school board members during the November 5th, 2020 school board meeting, and discussion with and input from school board members during the November 10th school board work session. Next slide, please. So going through the changes that we've made, to the policy F-1 capital improvement plan are that we have added language to ensure that funds approved by Arlington citizens at bond referendum are used cost effectively and efficiently in all cases. We've reinforced requirements for estimated total construction and total project costs to be approved by the school board for each capital improvement project, and that they be included in the CIP and specified in the school board's project requirements. We've added requirements for the superintendent or designee to confirm compliance with the school board's project requirements and seek school board approval for any deviations from them during or at the conclusion of each design phase before proceeding to the next design phase. Next slide, please. In the PIP to the capital improvement plan, we've added language that the school board's direction for the CIP requires the superintendent to accommodate the school division's instructional and student accommodation needs as cost effectively and efficiently as possible. And we've added language that CIP design studies will develop specific project requirements that would become the school board's project requirements for a capital improvement project if adopted by the school board in the CIP. Next slide, please. Also in the F1-PIP-1 capital improvement plan, We've added language that CIP design studies will include 2 independent construction and project cost estimates that are reconciled to provide the estimated total construction and total project cost of each potential capital improvement project, and that those costs would be included in the school board's project requirements for a capital improvement project if adopted by the school board in the CIP. And we've revised the school board's project requirements to further emphasize the importance of estimated total construction and project costs, escalated to account for the year in which the capital improvement project will be completed. Next slide. In the F-5.7 policy, the capital and maintenance program policy, we've added language to ensure that funds approved for construction, operations, and maintenance are used cost effectively and efficiently in all cases. And we've added a new program goal to the previously proposed ones. Cost effectiveness and efficiency, schools are designed, constructed, operated, and maintained in a cost-conscious manner that ensures funds approved by the school board are expended to the greatest benefit of the school division. And we've revised the stakeholder engagement section to clarify the roles of and how members are appointed to the Advisory Council for School Facilities and Capital Programs, which is known as the FAC, building level planning committees, and the Public Facilities Review Committee. Next slide, please. Also in that policy, we've clarified reporting to and approval by the school board. So the standard educational specifications, the Assistant Superintendent Teaching and Learning, and the Assistant Superintendent Facilities and Operations, or designees, review and update Arlington Public Schools standard educational specifications for approval by the school board every 5 years or more frequently if needed. On design standards, we've clarified this. The Assistant Superintendent Facilities and Operations, or designee, develops and regularly updates the Arlington Public Schools design standards with input from staff in the Departments of Teaching and Learning, Information Services, and Finance and Management, and submits them to the school board every 5 years or more frequently if needed. The reason that we have not stated that we would like the school board to approve the design standards is because they will be and are a living document. In other words, we're constantly updating them to reflect new information, new ways of doing things, and to reflect lessons that we've learned on previous projects. And we believe that if the school board approved them, that might actually hinder us from implementing cost-effective or more efficient means of constructing our schools. Next slide, please. In the PIP-1 to the Policy 5.7, the Capital and Maintenance Program, we've emphasized school board approval of any changes to the estimated total construction and project costs for a capital improvement project during or at the end of each design phase. We put educational specifications before design standards because they should come first. And we've added language regarding guidelines for school facilities in Virginia to this effect. Public schools educational Arlington Public Schools educational specifications recognize and follow the Virginia Department of Education's guidelines for school facilities in Virginia's public schools where possible and appropriate, given Arlington's urban location. For example, the state guidelines call for sites much, much larger than we're ever able to provide in Arlington for our schools, given our urban nature. Next slide, please. Also in that PIP, we have added language to the design standards to ensure that schools are not over-designed and that funds approved for construction, operations, and maintenance are used cost-effectively and efficiently. We've clarified language for each design phase that the architecture engineering firm and the construction manager advisor or the construction manager at risk prepare and reconcile independent estimates of total construction and project costs and adjust the design development documents as necessary to reconcile the estimated total construction and project costs approved by the school board at the conclusion of the phase. That is required in the other phases, wasn't previously required at the design development phase, and so we have added that. You will recall that the proposed change to the PIP also defines much more clearly the content of all the different design phases. And we've added reference and a link to the guidelines for school facilities in Virginia's public schools. Next slide, please. There are minor changes to the other PIPs, and they're all to do with the renumbering because we consolidated a couple of PIPs. So you will see here that we've changed some numbers to coordinate it so it doesn't appear that we've left things out. And that is the end of my presentation. One more slide, which is that the superintendent recommends that the school board adopt the proposed revisions to policies F-1 and F-5.7. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwick. With that, I'm going to go to my colleagues for clarifying questions, and I'll start with Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Van Dorn, do you have any clarifying questions or comments?
I have a comment to make. Mr. Chadwick and Mr. Chambers, because I know he was working on this as well, correct? I'm sure a lot of people on staff were.
Yes.
Right. I just want to say thank you for listening and thank you for taking the feedback. I think these documents now can live without you or me or anybody in the room. They're very clear. They're very concise about what we expect and the process that you go through. I think everybody should read this before we go into the CIP season so that they know what the roadmap is and the roadmap that we've taken to get where we are. So I really want to thank you for that because a lot of work went into this between the last meeting and this meeting, and that's crystal clear to me, and I very much appreciate it, and the focus on the methodical laying out of how we do what we do, and also the focus on cost containment. I will say the one criticism I have that, and John, we've been around on this for years, I don't agree that the school board should not approve the educational specifications. Most of the school districts do that, and I think we should. And I think that until we have a standard that we all agree to, that we're gonna have a problem. And I know that you believe we should evolve that with every project, and I think that that's caused an increase in costs. And in one of the sentences, it says that we will contain the costs and be careful once they've been approved in the referendum. I think if we're going to get a control of costs, that's going to have to go all the way back to the original design of the building and the specifications that are in it. So if this community ever wants to get a handle on our construction costs, it's going to have to go back to that point. So that's just feedback. I'm not going to get in the way of this because it's so much better. But I think that I would admonish you and the superintendent to have an agreement on what we want and how much we want to spend on it and not simply evolve plans. I have walked into many schools, and had I been asked if we should have done X, Y, or Z, I would have said no. But I never was afforded that opportunity as a board member to agree or not to agree on that. It's a long story, but this is so much better, and I want to say thank you for that work, but I do think we should be approving the ed specs, the basic ed specs, every 5 years.
Thank you very much for your comment on that and for your recognition of the collaborative work of a lot of members of staff. I would like to make it clear that we have written into the policy that the school board approves the educational specifications every 5 years. It's the design standards that we want to maintain as a living document so we can make changes as we learn new things and we learn from previous projects and we learn about new things that are available. So the ed specs definitely are approved by the school board every 5 years, the standard ed specs.
All right, well, that will be a conversation for a different time, but thank you very, very much for all of that work.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Talento, I'd like to turn to you for clarifying comments or questions.
I have a few, I think, clarifying comments. So first, I do want to take the opportunity to say thank you to Mr. Chadwick and his staff. When I was looking at the old policies, the amount of work that went into draft these and reorganize them. And I will say, in all my years on the school board, the 4 years that I've been on the school board, I always would confuse schematic design and concept design. And I remember always having to ask and get the differentiation. And this actually lays it out. And the old policies, they were just definitions, but this, the way that the new policy is set up, you see the thread, and it's written in a way that you can follow. And I just recommend that, I think Ms. Van Doren said this, I do recommend that everyone read through the policy and the PIPs. It is a little bit of a lengthy read, but in preparation for the CIP, I thought it was just very impressive of the work that was done. And so thank you for doing that and for doing it in the short time frame that you were provided to do it in. I appreciated the extra additions on cost efficiency and cost effectiveness, the cost checks. I do think the last time this policy was revised was in 2007. We now have a policy process that ensures we are reviewing policies every 5 years. And so I think that having this, there are things that I would probably want to update or tweak a little bit here or there, but having been on the policy subcommittee, I recognize that policies are also growing and living documents. And so I think this is significantly better than where we were in the old policy. And this is a great launching point as we move into putting this in a policy, because I don't think we had so much of this written down, and having this written down and laid out, and then in the next 5 years being able to review it and improve it and strengthen it will be great. I mean, we can, but there are, so thank you. That's what I wanted to say first, is thank you and your team for all the work, the hard work that was done. There are two things that I want to note. One is for, I think, our chair, O'Grady, Ms. O'Grady, Chair O'Grady, once this is adopted, I only note this because I was chair last year when we had to do that CIP, and with the pandemic, we had to look at our schedule and reaffirm that we had everything in the right place as we were starting from scratch almost in mid-year. But with this policy, it's specific about how the school board will post its proposed CIP and then conduct a public hearing. And in the prior policy, it just said we'll share the plan and conduct a public hearing. So last spring, I think we were able to conduct a public hearing between the, or we considered, I don't know where we landed, I'd have to look at the calendar, but we considered, or we did do the public hearing after the superintendent's proposed CIP, and then we had the school board proposed CIP. And I think at one point we were looking at doing the public hearing. We may have done it in between them, but it aligned with the policy. But this policy is very specific that we will do the public hearing after the school board proposes their CIP. So just a note for that, so that when you're looking at your calendar in June for this interim CIP, you have that noted.
Thank you.
And then Mr. Chadwick, we don't adopt PIP, so I did want to just share one thing. As you finalize the PIPs for approval, once we, assuming these policies are adopted tonight, in the environmental assessment PIP 4, I noticed, I was looking at the changes, and I think it makes sense, the work that you did, and making it a little more clear and coherent. But I would say that we add a line in there that we just say make it available to the public upon request. I think there was something like that in the prior one, or upon request into the BLPCs, or if we have a practice of publishing it somewhere, just stating that so that our community knows where to find it. But I think in the old PIP on environmental assessment, it said we would make it available to the public upon request and provide it to the BLPCs. So just something that aligns with that, because we didn't have that in the new PIP. But again, we don't adopt that. That's something that you and the superintendent would finalize. So I just wanted to provide that feedback for you. And thank you again for the tremendous work on pushing these through. I think they're excellent compared to what we had before, and I really appreciate the hard work.
Thank you, and we will make that amendment to the PIP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chadwick and Ms. Talento. Mr. Goldstein, clarifying comments or questions?
Thank you. No clarifying questions, just a comment. I want to echo the sentiments expressed by my two previous colleagues about to thank John and his team for the bringing this to fruition. I know it's a lot of work. I mean, it's a good size policy, and the the revisions and the blending of the other PIPs and all of that is not easy work. So thank you very much for that. I think the result is significantly better, and it's going to help us take a major step forward in this area. So again, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you. Now I'll turn to our Vice Chair, Dr. Cannon, who does not have any comments or clarifying questions at this point. Neither do I. So then I'd like to move for and ask for a motion.
Chair O'Grady, I have a motion.
Thank you.
I move that the board adopt the proposed revisions to School Board Policy F-1 Financial Management Capital Improvement Plan and School Board Policy F-5.7 Construction and Maintenance.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Now I'd like to ask my colleagues if they have any comments regarding the motion, and I will go back with Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Van Dorn, comments?
I'm all set. I made my comments.
Thank you very much. Ms. Talento. You're on mute, Ms. Talento, but I think that was a no. I could see visually. Okay, and then Mr. Goldstein, any additional comments?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Cannon, our Vice Chair.
Just want to echo what's already been said about the great work, extensive work that was done on this during a very busy time. So thank you very much to Mr. Chadwick, Dr. Duran, and staff.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon, and I would also like to echo that sentiment. There is a lot here, and one of the most important things we do is spend our communities' monies and dollars that they vote for us to have available to us following a bond. And it's important to ensure that the policies are in order and that we as a school board can be assured that the money is being spent wisely and that things don't get off track. I do believe that the changes that are offered here in these two policies will help us do that. This was a lot of work. I want to thank Mr. Chadwick and Mr. Chambers as well and the rest of the staff that worked on this. I'd also like to thank the preliminary work that was done by our school board members who serve on the policy subcommittee, Mr. Goldstein and Ms. Talento as well. And with that, the motion has been read and has been seconded. I'd like to ask the clerk to call the roll.
All in favor of the motion, please say yes. Those opposed say no. Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Dr. Cannon?
Yes.
Ms. O'Grady?
Yes.
Ms. Talento?
Yes.
Ms. Van Doren?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elliott. We can now move on to our information items for tonight. We have 3 information items. First is the proposal for an in-house counsel. Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. If we could bring up the presentation, please. Thank you. This item will be presented jointly by Leslie Peterson, our Assistant Superintendent of Finance, and Dan Redding, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. And I do believe Ms. Peterson is going to start first, so I'll turn it over to her. Ms. Peterson, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. And yes, I will be going first, and I will be turning it over to Mr. Redding to finish the presentation. Next slide, please. We are pleased to bring you tonight a proposal to hire in-house counsel. To give you a little background, currently APS does outsource its legal services to the firm of Blankenship and Keith, who has provided APS with excellent service over the last number of years. However, because the cost of legal services continues to increase and we have a limited budget, we have seen that our legal expenses have exceeded our budget over the last couple of years. Next slide, please. APS does contract for legal services, and those cover a broad spectrum of legal areas, which include special education matters, which includes hearing officers, employment law matters for HR, including mediation, contract and procurement law matters, including those for our construction projects, and then legal matters related to the school board's constitutional duties, and then, of course, any responses to litigation. Next slide, please. Staff is recommending the creation of 2 positions to begin, and that would be the in-house division counsel as well as a paralegal who would assist division counsel in the work. We are proposing that they would assume legal work related to the school board's needs, as well as some of the other work that's currently being contracted to Blankenship and Keith and other firms that we also contract with as needed. These we would still need contracted legal services for other specific areas, such as hearing officers, and other specialized legal services, such as special education law, which is very specialized. This could require additional budget funding if the preponderance of work is being done outside of the division council. We also believe that we will need to add an assistant division counsel in the future in order to help us bring more of the contracted work in-house. And that's mainly for special education legal services. We foresee that the in-house division counsel would be the generalist, and that the assistant division counsel would be the specialist in this proposal. Next slide, please. This table provides you with the estimated costs for the in-house counsel, and we have division counsel at $220,000 and the paralegal at $115,000 for the first year. And then we estimate that we would continue to need outsourced legal services at an estimate of $350,000 for a total of $685,000. And this estimate has been very difficult to come up with because it's hard to say exactly what division counsel would be able to take on without knowing who the division counsel is and what their areas of expertise are. So it assumes that the division counsel would be able to take on about 75% of the general legal work that is currently being done, and about 30% of the special education work in the first year. If that doesn't happen, if for some reason there would be some difference from that, then we would likely need more funding for legal services, for contracted legal services. Assistant division counsel would be added the following year at the cost of $143,000, but it would also allow us to bring down the estimate we need for outsourced legal services, because we would hope that assistant division counsel would have the specialized legal experience for special education law. But we would still need things such as hearing officers, mediation, and other intricate legal matters that the division counsel or assistant division counsel might not have expertise in. And one of those areas really has to do with procurement and construction law. Of course, the outsourcing estimates are based on FY20 expenditures. So if expenditures continue to increase as they have over the last several years, then we would need to provide additional funding in the budget for legal services as a matter of course. And now I will turn it over to Mr. Redding. Next slide, please.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Peterson. So we wanted to share some of the benefits of in-house counsel, and a move to in-house counsel would, over the long haul, reduce costs. We don't expect to see an immediate cost savings. We do believe that given the need to transition existing matters and cases that are in progress and effectively transfer that knowledge, that costs will take at least a couple of years, but then over the long haul, there will be a decline in costs because the services will be performed in-house. We will see timelier responses when counsel has one client and that client is us. They will be highly responsive. They can't be involved in matters for another client and involved in hearings and meetings related to that other client that take them away from helping us with our needs. In-house counsel develops a deeper understanding of our organization and our organizational culture, our history, our patterns and ways of doing things, and can also actually help recommend shifts and make changes in our existing patterns and processes. With in-house counsel, we would have that lens of the law coming to all matters in decision-making for the board and for superintendent and executive leadership team. And having that lens available at the outset of planning for different matters is critical. It brings a perspective to the table that will be very beneficial as we anticipate areas where we might need to pay more attention. Our in-house counsel can engage in some comprehensive reviews of our policies and policy implementation procedures and the practices by which we implement them, especially as the law and the Code of Virginia and federal regulations continue to evolve in response to different things that are happening. Finally, having in-house counsel and having all matters go through counsel would support a cross-functional perspective on our legal matters. Currently, while our primary services are provided by Blankenship and Keith, we also have several other firms that we work with based on specializations. HR might work with another firm, procurement might work with a different firm. So there are multiple agencies that we're working with. Having in-house counsel, even if some of that work is still being outsourced to other firms because of bandwidth, having it all come through in-house counsel provides that cross-functional perspective, and it eliminates the silos of knowledge and understanding. Next slide, please. Some of the potential cons in a move toward this is that we will continue to need to subcontract items, and we will still have to wait for some of those matters that are outsourced to other firms. In-house counsel will have a very significant workload and will have to take time to prioritize and identify what will be performed in-house and what will be outsourced based on the available bandwidth of counsel and paralegal and their staff. There's, again, as I shared, still that need to go and subcontract to outside counsel. Through our relationship with Blankenship and Keith, we do get favorable rates for many of those firms. And if we lose that relationship, it may result in losing some of those more favorable rates that we obtain. We still expect to see a long-term savings. However, it's important to know that there will be a shift potentially there. Some of the work that we need does require independent counsel. There are matters that when they come to the board would have in-house counsel serving as their attorney, and therefore there would need to be independent counsel acting as the superintendent's attorney and representing the superintendent in front of the board in different matters. Could also include a need for independent investigators in different situations. In reviewing some of the literature on articles in trade journals and professional publications, one drawback that was noted is that when counsel is an employee of the organization, sometimes that advice may be less impartial because the advice they're giving affects their employment status. Example might be if they're advising on leave policies. Well, that person is an employee and the leave policies affect them. When counsel is outside counsel, they are giving you a pure legal perspective that they are detached from. When it's in-house counsel, what they're recommending does have an impact on them. During the busiest times for in-house counsel, that will increase the need for outsourced support. So that could impact budgets and overall costs. Finally, in reading some articles from professional journals, attorneys who wrote about their decision to either go to in-house counsel or remain in private practice spoke to the fact that the private sector does often pay more than the public sector, and they had to make decisions around things like benefits, given that the public sector, as an in-house counsel and public sector, might be eligible for different benefits, such as a pension plan and retirement health insurance, that are not offered in the private sector as much anymore, but that they won't see that larger bottom line salary that they may see at a larger law firm. So we wanted to share some of those cons. Next slide, please. Based on the analysis of the budget and the pros and cons, the superintendent and executive leadership team do recommend hiring division counsel and a paralegal position for FY21 and to transfer and reallocate those funds. Those costs would be redirected from the line item for legal fees. We would continue our relationship with Blankenship and Keith to ensure that smooth transition over the course of the next year, or potentially more as cases are transitioned and if assistant division counsel is added later and they're able to take on more of that work. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson and Mr. Redding, and that, Ms. Chair O'Grady, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Redding, Ms. Peterson, and Dr. Duran. With that, I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions, and we'll start with Ms. Talento. Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. I do not have any questions at this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Talento. Mr. Goldstein.
Yes, I do have a question. Thank you. And that is, there are times, I think, kind of mostly thinking about appeals, when someone appeals to the school board, sometimes it's in a student case or an employee case or, I don't know, there are a few different times that school board's got to consider that person's appeal in the context of what the superintendent's organization is recommending. In other words, we're kind of on two different sides. And at that time, this is my question, who does that in-house counsel represent?
I would come back and ask, I think I would ask Mr. Goldstein, who accompanies you at those appeal hearings? Is it Mr. Cafferty from Blankenship and Keith currently?
Yes, typically.
Okay. So he is fulfilling the same role now that our in-house counsel would fulfill once they are hired. So in cases where Mr. Cafferty represents the school board, then he represents the school board. He also represents the school system and the superintendent at other times. So in the same way that Mr. Cafferty represents you in those cases, but also the school division and others, the in-house general counsel would do the same thing.
Okay. Okay, I can see there's going to be some potential issues there, since that in-house counsel would actually be an employee of the APS organization versus outside counsel. But okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. Van Dorn.
Thank you very much. I think you did an excellent job covering the pros and cons. I really appreciate it, because I know that we were very interested in this, and I think there are a lot of people in the community who wonder why it's taken us so long to get to this point. And I think everybody forgets how fast we've been growing as a school system, and there are many of our departments that need to get into the 28,000 student size staffing model. And I know, Mr. Redding, your department is one department that that needs, if anybody were to look at how few people you have filling those 5 to 7,000 slots per year, they'd be sort of flabbergasted. And the same thing with you, Ms. Peterson, the number of people you have putting together that massive budget every year. So this is yet another area. We dealt with transportation, which was another area that needed a great deal of work, and brought that up to the right size, and the facilities department. And now this is a natural outgrowth of that, and it has to happen. I think this is going to be great for our staff who have needed for some time to have a lawyer they can pick up the phone and call and say, I'm about to go into an IEP meeting and I need to really know the law on this so that I can resolve the problem immediately. Because what's been happening is people can't get that information. Everybody's been concerned about going to outside counsel. So there's really been a bottleneck of information, mostly because people didn't have easy access. So I think this is really going to strengthen our organization. People can walk down the hall and talk to this person from our teaching and learning department. And I just think it's going to be great. We just have to make sure that person stays up to speed on the law as it pertains. I'm thinking particularly about special education. We went for a period of time, we were absolutely out of compliance with 504 because we just weren't focusing on it. And within 2 years, we went from something like 10 to 15 kids with 504s to over 1,000, which has saved our school system thousands of dollars in terms of the time the teachers were spending in an alternate route, having kids with IEPs. So all of that, I think, were we to have this at-hand ready council where it comes to special education, I think it's going to be a tremendous benefit to APS. And I just hope that we maintain a pot of money for those areas like negotiating some of the property work that Mr. Chadwick has to work on, and other areas where some of our policy writing, where we're going to need that legal counsel, some of the issues we have that come up with the school board. So thank you. I'm sure that this is a work in progress, but I am thrilled to see us move into this era with this position. So thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Dorn. Our Vice Chair, Dr. Cannon, does not have any comments or questions at this time. I would just like to share that I welcome this conversation. It seems as though it will give us more at the ready legal help for the school board and for the staff. And it seems like it will do so potentially within budget. So that all sounds very good to me. And I look forward to it coming for action. And it will come for action on December the 17th at our next school board meeting. Next, we will hear the proposed new elementary school at Reed project changes due to Phase 1 stormwater improvements. Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. Mr. Jeff Chambers, our Director of Design and Construction, will be presenting this evening. So, Mr. Chambers, thank you.
Dr. Duran and board members, thank you. I wanted to get started here on the new elementary school at Reed with the project changes due to the Phase 1 stormwater improvements. Just a little bit of background before I get started is after we had gotten our approvals and started construction on the project, the county approached us with regard to putting some kind of stormwater structure on our site, and we began working with them. Through conversations and them looking at the issues and the problems, they wanted to upsize the structure, so we continued the conversations and ended up where we are here tonight. Next slide, please. As everyone knows, in summary, the Westover neighborhood was the site of the new elementary school. The Reed site has experienced several devastating flood events in the past several years. To help reduce the risk from future flood damage and provide much needed flood mitigation for nearby and downstream properties, we have been collaborating with the county to construct a large stormwater management facility, which would be located under the natural grass play fields at the Reed site. The county believes that this is one of the only open areas in that area that this could happen. APS and the county staff agree that this is the most efficient means of constructing stormwater facility through a change order. and the existing design and construction contracts for the school project because of the familiarity and the work, the integrated work of the underground systems. The project is a key component of the county-wide stormwater enhancement, and the county has agreed to pay for all associated expenses, including the APS management and administrative costs, which is similar to what we do when the county replaces a field on one of our properties or we contribute to it. Responsibilities of APS and the county will be documented in a memorandum of agreement, an MOA, which is currently being negotiated by staff. The MOA will come to the school board for approval at a later date, which will include all of the work that is being done on the site. The work requires several school board actions associated with change orders to existing contracts and modifications to the budget to add the county funding. However, no additional funding is required from APS, and the new school will still open by August of 2021. That was a prerequisite of the conversation that we had with the county. The school will open with access to the playground and play courts. However, the play fields, the grass fields, will not be available until after the stormwater facility is complete. Next slide, please. Just as a construction update, we've been providing updates to the board on a regular basis. But after a year of construction, including 9 months of the pandemic, the project does remain on schedule and on budget for an August 2021 school opening. The building is mostly enclosed with sheathing. Windows are going in. They had been hoping by the beginning of the year to have it fully enclosed, which is a good thing. And on the interior, walls are going up, drywall is going in, mechanical systems are being installed. So we're out of the ground and enclosed, almost completely enclosed. So that's a good thing. Next slide, please. Defining a solution for this, in July, a 2020 letter agreement with the county agreed to allocate approximately $37,500 for APS and our design team to do design studies and construction estimating to explore these potential stormwater management solutions. Since that time, APS and county staff, in good collaboration, but it has taken a lot of time, with the assistance of a variety of our consultants and their engineers, collaborated to develop a solution that best meets the county's stormwater goals without delaying the school opening. Again, we kept insisting on that. As a result of the preliminary effort, it was decided to construct the stormwater facility in 2 phases. Next slide, please. What we are looking at is a phase 1 and a phase 2. The phase 1 would be the underground piping between the existing stormwater main and a future phase that would be a detention facility. And if you look at the plan to the right, the orange areas would be the phase 1 and the phase 2 would be the blue areas. Essentially, the main reason for the phase 1 is that work is under areas that need to be completed for us to open and operate school. Hence the separation of the phases. We didn't want to put surface improvements in and then have to tear them out and disrupt school to put them in. The phase 2 is the underground detention facility and the completion of the play fields that would happen after that. And construction of that will happen once school opens. Next slide, please. Just to give you an image of what we are looking at, the phase 2 consists of a large underground detention facility, likely constructed of precast concrete segments. You can see where the underground facility is on the plan. And to reduce impacts to the school operation, the parking and staging or access to that construction site would occur from Lexington Street. And essentially, they would be utilizing the current parking area that contractors are using for the site. So we would be reusing something that is already there for their staging area. The county is considering several options, storage options. So the exact size of the facility will be determined after that option is selected. So that underground facility shown in that plan is just an approximate line. There's a smaller option, a medium-sized option, and a larger option. But the county does anticipate proceeding with phase 2 construction immediately following completion of the school, pending availability of the funding. I believe the funding is there. And the construction completion date would be contingent upon the final size of the storage structure because of the amount of dirt that it would have to be removed, and the structure, the size of the structure that would have to be installed would take different times. Next slide, please. With regard to project funding, the county has agreed to pay for all associated expenses, including APS management administration. The phase 1 costs are identified in a proposed APS superintendent and county manager letter agreement because of the timing of trying to get that approved. The county board action on that agreement is anticipated at the December 12th, 2020 meeting. And the phase 2 costs are TBD, or to be determined, because the design is still ongoing and the determination on which option has not been made. The project funding will require revision once that estimate is established and the county has agreed to proceed with the work. And if you notice on the budget, our final design in the project that we have been diligently working on had a budget of maximum $55 million. And there was nothing, and that included the jointly funded items and the major project we were working on. With the proposed budget, what we're looking at is adding items for the Arlington County government funded items for the stormwater, and we're showing that as phase 1 and phase 2. And we have the $1,544,251 for that, which increases the project total to $56,544,251. And next slide, please. There will be changes to existing contracts, so the school board is required for the following phase 1 change orders because each exceeds $100,000. There will be a change order of $198,288 to BMDO Architects for design and construction administration of the phase 1 and conceptual design of the phase 2 options. A change order is also going to be expected not to exceed $911,000 to Gilbane for the construction of phase 1. The maximum fee is based on a construction estimate. We will have a final fee provided to the school board before action. It is currently being priced by Gilbane as a change order. Additional change orders requiring school board approval will be necessary for the phase 2 work and will be presented to the board when available. Next slide, please. Recommendations would be to authorize the superintendent to sign the phase 1 letter agreement, to approve a revised project funding as shown on Exhibit A, increase a project budget to match the revised project funding, to approve a change order of $198,288 to BMDO Architects, and to approve a not to exceed change order of $911,000 to Gilbane. That final fee amount will be available for the action item presentation planned at this time for December 17th, 2020 school board meeting. And I'll turn it back to Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers, for that presentation. And Ms. O'Grady will turn over if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duran. I'm going to go to my colleague, Mr. Goldstein, to see if there are comments or questions at this time.
Yeah, I do have one question. And that is, Jeff, why is the stormwater catchment facility being installed on that site? Is it because that site's under construction and it's, relatively easy to do? Or is it because that's the natural place, in the topography of the area to be able to collect the stormwater so it doesn't, cause more damage in the area that we've seen in the past, or is there another reason?
The reason is that area has a significant problem, and it's the only place in the area that they could mitigate the majority of the problem. I won't say this will solve everything, but for a lot of the storms, I'm not going to say 100-year or 50-year what it holds, because I'm not the engineer that's working on that. But the county has been fully involved, and they believe this is going to solve the majority of downstream flooding. Basically, what we're creating is, if you recall, when we did the project, we had the site is bisected by an 84-inch stormwater pipe, and essentially what we are doing is creating a big shock absorber that is going to be providing a large tank that will be able to fill up and then slowly release the additional water to prevent some of that from happening in a major storm. And there's really no other large area to build that. The other option would be to increase the size of all the pipes in the area or something to that effect, which again is a very expensive and difficult endeavor for the county. So this seemed to them to be the best option to pursue, and we felt that we wanted to be part of the solution if we could. So we explored it, and this is where we've ended up to be at this point in time.
But it's somebody's determination that a significant amount of water or flooding comes from upstream, uphill of that site where the stormwater basin is going to be.
Correct. It's going to actually reduce the flow downstream. And if you recall, after the Westover flooding, where we actually had flooding within the old building that has been removed for the 4-story building in the courtyard, but downstream was much, much worse. So this would actually retain a significant amount of water from going downstream and flooding, the business district of Westover, as well as those on the other side of Washington Boulevard.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. Van Dorn.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady, and thank you, Mr. Chambers, for the presentation. I simply want to ask Chair O'Grady and Vice Chair Cannon and Dr. Duran, and as well as staff, if it's possible. We've been working on this READ project for almost 5 years since I started on the board, and I'm glad it's coming to fruition. But in all that time, it is only the most recent, year or two that we've talked about doing this stormwater management. And we are getting pressure from the community to have this site finished, and our building will be finished. But I hope that you put the maximum pressure on the county to finish this project, hopefully early, definitely on time, because it should have been done by now. And I think this is our project, and now we have an adjacent project that we have no control over. So please, please put pressure on them. If there's any way, with many projects during this pandemic that are being done more quickly and being taken advantage of because of where we are, please can we do that? Because it would be really great to have this open as soon as possible. And to endure months of a huge construction project next door to a newly opened school is not something I think any of us relish, and I know we're going to do it for as long as we have to, but please impress on them that this is a school and it's got to get done as quickly as possible. So thank you. I just really admonish you to do that. I won't be here, but I completely sympathize with the community's concerns on this.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. I just want to share that we have already asked those questions and posed those same, questions about is there a way to speed something like this up, as so many projects are being sped up because of the pandemic and other questions. So I appreciate that. We'll continue to ask those questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
As we have requested.
Did Mr. Chambers want to respond? Are you having conversations about that as well?
We've been having conversations since the conversation started that this school must open, and we will not accept anything less than that. And if we can't do that, then we can't do this. But We really want to be part of the solution if we can. And at this point in time, we believe that everything is going to be completed on time for the school to open. We're going to have our fire lane and our parking. The only thing we will not have is the 3 grass fields, the baseball diamond and the two small fields in the sledding hill.
Will we have the playground?
Yes, the playground will be done. Everything on the school side of the stormwater pipe will be there. The walkway is intended to be there between the community and McKinley Street. So I think everything is going to be done. Well, I'm not going to say I think. Everything will be done. We're doing everything we can do in our power to make sure that happens, and making sure that the work that does get done for the stormwater is completely separated from the children and from the drop-off and the parents and all of that, and that the fire lane is there and everything is safe. And that has been a prerequisite since the size of the project got much larger.
Thank you. And just point of clarification, is that field APS property or county property?
That is APS property.
So we are allowing them to use our field and put the cistern underneath it, and we're being good partners with the county by allowing them to do that.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair Grady. I don't have any questions at this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Talento. Dr. Candid and our Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you. And to follow up on Ms. Van Dorn's comments, we have been good partners before, for example, in also accommodating a fire station on one of our recent projects. So, this is something that has happened. I'm going to try to ask several, I think they're simple questions, sort of all in one sentence, to get away with a one sentence or one question limit. Mr. Chambers, I just want to confirm the county is paying the full amount, that our APS staff, though, is managing this part of the project, and also whether there is anything about the actual facility or whatever it's called that will require maintenance or upkeep or anything, or is it really just something that just sort of sits and does its magic?
Okay, I'll try to answer the question. Yes, the county is paying the entire bill. We're currently working on a memorandum of agreement, and they will be paying that. There will be maintenance, but the county will be handling all of the maintenance of the stormwater facility. And what was the middle question?
Whether we're managing the project itself.
Yes, we are managing the project, because what we are doing is doing it as part of the school project, so that it's essentially the engineers who did our site engineering. VMDO is the architect, and we're using the CMR, construction manager at risk, and our CMA are all part of the process, because that's the only way to make sure that our work is getting done. And that this other work gets work coordinated with that. If we brought in a separate contractor, we would have mayhem on the site.
Got it. Thank you. And just, I do want to, I think, maybe ask for a follow-up on one other item, which is, you did say the playgrounds are going to be available to the school. A lot of students, especially older students, if there's a field, they really spread out and play touch football and all sorts of things, in the larger area. So I would like to know a little bit more about what the loss is to the school. Is that field that you're talking about sort of beyond what would normally be considered school grounds, when they're going to get out for recess? Is this a loss to them as they operate their school? What's being lost? And I agree completely with what Ms. Van Dorn said. We really want to get this done as quickly as possible.
Yes, we're going to be missing two small rectangular fields and a small baseball, softball field, kickball field.
Yes, thank you. I just want to know if the school would normally use fields like that, and which grades and how often, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon. And I do have a question, and I'd like to start with it on page 6 of the presentation, please. And on slide 6 of the presentation, it shows the underground facility and the parking staging. There's also a green area below the parking staging that is next to the parking area. I want to know whether or not it was considered, whether or not that area was considered for the underground facility, or must the underground facility be hugged up against the playground and the courts?
We actually talked about that at one point in time. That property was the old library property, and that is actually owned by the county. It's too far away from the pipe to have it operate by gravity. So it really needs to be where we're showing it. But that park area is actually usable, land that we could coordinate with the county to use while we didn't have the play fields, for additional space if we would so choose to do that.
Okay.
And it was manageable for the administration.
Okay, that's helpful to know. So the main concern that I currently have is well, let me start somewhere else. Let me start by saying I think it is excellent that the county is going to ensure that it is putting more flood mitigation work into this site. It is clear from the flooding that happened 2 summers ago that extra mitigation is important in that area, not just for the school, as we heard from Mr. Chambers, because it did receive some flooding in that summer storm, but also for the community nearby and the businesses. So I think that's great, and I'm very happy to hear that we're collaborating with the county on this work. I'm a little concerned that it is not clear how long this project is going to take. We want the students who have not had the opportunity to spend time together during this virtual learning environment to be able to play outside when this new school opens. And I hope, please, that the situation will allow us to do that in terms of the virus. But I don't want a project to get in the way of doing that. So I would ask for you to please go, I'll direct this to Dr. Duran. Dr. Duran, I'd love to know if we can figure out a way, number one, to figure out how long this is going to take. Number two, to have it happen as soon as possible. Currently, no one is in that school. No one is on the grounds. If there's a way to fast track this, as many other construction projects have been fast tracked, we would love to know that, because the less amount of inconvenience this is causing our students once they're in their new school, I think would be better. I'd also like to be able to find out if we can have an understanding with the county that during school hours, if staff would like to take their students to the far end of the site, whether or not they can utilize that space while the other space is being worked on. And if that space can be safely cordoned off so that students can use that site. But I do think it's important that if we can continue to work collaboratively, which is great, benefit the community in terms of resilience and flood mitigation, that's great, but also trying to figure out how to ensure that the students are not as impacted as I feel they potentially will be for an unknown period of time. Speed it up, let the kids use the other space, but let's figure out how to do this work and also give the kids an area to run around in. So that's kind of where I am on that. Thank you very much. And with that, I believe that this item is set to come back as well for action on December the 17th.
Ms. O'Grady?
Yes, I apologize. Yes, Ms. Talento.
I thought I saw Mr. Chambers and Mr. Chadwick's hands up during the presentation. I don't know if you wanted to double check with them.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I was checking another device as I was speaking. So, Mr. Chambers, I apologize. Please.
I did want to just add that at this point in time, we are pressing this to happen as quickly as possible, and we will continue to do so. We really cannot do the stormwater piping or the stormwater structure as we're building the school, because we would take all of the laydown and all of the contractor's area away from them. to build the tank. So it has to happen afterwards, and it will happen as quickly as possible following that. But if we tried to do it now, we would disrupt the construction process of the school.
Okay, thank you for that information, Mr. Chambers. I do see that Mr. Chadwick has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. I just wanted to add two things: that we are going into a negotiation tomorrow morning with the county over the MOA, and it is our intent that there be absolutely no cost to Arlington Public Schools from this. And to that effect, we are also asking the county, and I'm sure they will agree to it, to reimburse us for all of the management time that we are taking to do this, from our project managers in design and construction with Mr. Chambers, and even some of my time for making this all work.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that extra information. And hopefully some of the conversation that we heard tonight will be also shared during that negotiation. And as I mentioned before, this item will come up for action at our next board meeting on the 17th. Thank you, Mr. Chambers and Mr. Chadwick, for your presentation. Our final information item is for the Heights Schematic Design Studies funding. Dr. Duran.
And for this final item, Mr. Chambers will also be presenting this. I'll turn over to you. Thank you, Mr. Chambers.
Thank you, Dr. Duran and school board members. This is for the Heights Schematic Design Studies funding to put together information for the CIP. As a summary, the design options for the future capital project at the Heights to provide permanent athletic field, parking, pickup and drop-off facilities, and a covered entrance were discussed during the FY 2021 CIP process. The approved FY 2021 CIP did not include any dedicated project funding for the design and construction pending the outcome of a 2020 summer work session.
Excuse me, Mr. Chambers, we need to advance the slides.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. Okay, thank you. The approved FY 2021 CIP did not include any of the dedicated project funding for the design and construction pending the outcome of the 2020 work session. Several design options were discussed at that August 18th, 2020 work session, and an architect engineering team is needed to develop the additional detail requested at the work session. And the design study must be completed by March 2021 in time to support the FY 2022 CIP discussions. And the superintendent recommends the school board approve the design study and funding source. Next slide, please. The scope of the study, the design study will be performed by Stantec Architecture and a team of engineering and cost consultants. Options reviewed at the August 18th, 2020 work session included the option A, which was the field covered with a covered pedestrian entrance, pickup and drop off, and parking as originally conceived during the initial design process for the school building. Option B was a covered entrance and field without any parking. Option C was a hybrid option of A and B, and option D was to extend the temporary condition and complete the work that is needed with regard to the stormwater for the building. The design scope that we have asked or included in this proposal includes developing the schematic design level documentation of option A, option C, and two variations of option D as directed. The cost of the study, the total fee for the study would be $115,109. The options for the funding study include major construction reserve, currently $472,000. Next slide, please. Sorry. Major construction reserve of $472,000 currently is available, and the capital reserve of $23.8 million is currently available. Next slide, please. Recommendations are to approve the design study to be performed by Stantec Architecture for a fee of $115,109. Create the Heights Building Phase 2 capital project and to approve transfer of $115,109 from the capital reserve into the project. Dr. Duran, I'll pass it. Oh, back to the recommendations. Recommendations would be to, next slide, please. The recommendation would be to approve the design study to be performed by Stantec Architecture for a fee of $115,109. Create the Heights Building Phase 2 capital project and to approve the transfer of $115,109 from the capital reserve into the project. Now I'll turn it back to Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers, for that overview, and I'll turn it to you, Ms. O'Grady, if there are questions on this item.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. I will go to my colleagues for comments or questions. Ms. Van Dorn.
I'm sorry, I have no comments. I have no comments and no questions. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. Ms. Talento.
I just have a budget question, so I don't know if this is for Ms. Peterson. Ms. Peterson, I know that last year when we were, so if it's not for you, please direct it to who it may be before, but I remember last fall when we were working and preparing for our CIP in November 2019, we did engage to ask for some design studies, and at that time we looked at our design study budget. And then the pandemic hit, and I don't recall if we completed any of those design studies. But long story short is, do you have an update on where we are with our design study budget? I know we have a budget, and is that where this would be coming from? You're on mute.
I am indeed. Sorry. That was our capacity planning budget that we took those design studies from to study, obviously, what sites or what could be done at particular schools to provide capacity. And while we have some dollars left in that, we chose not to take the money from there because this particular design study is not to provide additional capacity. It is an extension of it's this onward part of the Heights building project that would not be generating capacity. So our choice was not to use the funds that were left there and instead go to the capital reserve.
Okay, so this is coming from the capital reserves.
That's our recommendation.
Okay, well, that's really helpful. Thank you. And I appreciate that distinction. I didn't recognize that it was design study specific for capacity in that budget item that we use. So I appreciate that. And I think that'll be helpful as the board enters CIP planning in the next couple of months. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah, thank you. Stantec was the architecture firm on the Career Center project, right?
That is correct.
And what was the what was the cost for design for that project?
I would have to get that back to you. I don't have that off the top of my head.
It was quite a bit. And the result was that we got something that was unexecutable for the cost cap that we all knew going into the project. So my question is, why would we be using them again?
Mr. Goldstein, I'm going to answer that question.
Please.
Stantec was the firm that we've been working with on the Career Center for some time. Stantec didn't bust the budget. I've heard that said in the county and not really been able to address that, so I'm glad to be able to do so now. It was the educational specifications which busted the budget because they increased the area anticipated in the CIP that the school board adopted by 93,000 square feet from 132,000 to 225,000 square feet. That's a 70% increase. The concept design, which is as far as they got on the project, is the first phase of design when all the big decisions are made. And in fact, that's reflected in the policy changes that you just adopted. The end of the phase is when the team estimates the cost of a project based on an actual design for the first time. Prior to that, it's on square footage, it's on estimates, it's very open. So this is the time when major course corrections are made if necessary. Stantec estimated the cost of the concept design, but because it was even higher than was presented at the school board, Stantec actually substantially redesigned the project to reduce the costs to what was then presented to the school board. If anyone is to blame for the budget bust, it's me, for not making it sufficiently clear to the superintendent and the school board that the educational specifications would dramatically increase the cost of the project. Rather than have the school board approve the educational specifications last fall, I should have advised them to suspend the project until the instructional program for the 800 seats had been determined and the educational specifications could be revised to include only what was absolutely needed for the 800 seat program, rather than what was needed for a much larger or for a complete high school. If times had been more normal when the concept design was presented over budget in April, I would have advised the superintendent and the school board to suspend the project while we worked with the Department of Teaching and Learning and the principal to do the same thing, to determine the instructional program for the 800 seats, revise the educational specifications to include only what was absolutely necessary to support that program, approve them, and then have Stantec proceed with a revised concept design that would take into account all the concept design work that had previously been done. Recognizing this failure to inform the school board of major changes to a capital improvement project that it had approved in the previous CIP, the changes to policies F1 and policy implementation procedure F-1 PIP-1, the capital improvement plan that you just adopted, specify school board's project requirements that must be provided for each capital improvement project in order for it to be included in the school board's adopted CIP. Any changes to those school board's project requirements must be approved by the school board as the project proceeds through design and construction. The school board's project requirements do include the total project cost, total construction cost, the initial instructional program, and the total gross square feet, along with a number of other major pieces of information. Given what has happened, I won't be able to recommend considering any further capital improvement projects at the Career Center until the instructional program they will accommodate and the educational specifications need to support them have been developed and approved by the school board.
Somebody's working, Dr. Duran, someone is working on an after-action report about the Career Center project. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And when can we expect to see that?
Tomorrow will be shared with the board and then in writing, and then we're still working with, I'm still working with Chair O'Grady to determine when we present that, whether it's at a work session or school board meeting, but tomorrow you'll receive it in writing.
Okay, I'm looking forward to reading that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein. Dr. Cannon.
Yes, thank you for asking that question, Mr. Goldstein. I had wanted to ask about Stantec as well, but since we got that covered, Mr. Chambers, at the work session when we discussed the different possibilities for this project, there was at least one option that addressed the need to have a more accessible entrance. Now, I think there was an option that kind of addressed the thing that I think we all know we need to do soon. You know, that piece first, and I think maybe, you know, allowed for a grass field and then, you know, left it open for us to build parking later. I don't know if maybe I'm, you know, stating what I would like to see, but is at least one of the options that is designed going to have that at least two phases, one where we address what, you know, the urgency of an accessible entrance, and then allowing for the possibility of parking later on, so that we don't have to do.
Yes, that's option D. That's basically to keep it as it currently is and make modifications for a covered entrance. Yes, that was option D, and there's two options. One is to leave the paving that's there for the fire station for surface parking, and the other is to remove that. But both would have covered entrance and improve the entrance to the G1 entry door.
And it'll have a field completed.
It would have a smaller field at that point in time, yes.
Which then would have to be then, if we, and we can pull the trigger on parking sort of later at some point, and then, the field would be
Right, that would be to put the permanent field in later. And essentially what we would do with option D would be to put in all of the stormwater structures that we need to put in that were delayed because of not putting the parking in and because of the Penzance project adjacent to our site. So that was the interim step. There would be an interim step of that, and then you could at any time, the board could decide to build the structure or not.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chambers and Mr. Chadwick. I have no questions. Thank you to my colleagues for asking very in-depth questions. And we will see this item come back to us for action on December the 17th. Our final information item, that is our final information item. Look at that. It's like Groundhog Day here. Board members, is there any new business?
I have new business, Chair O'Grady. This is Nancy.
Thank you very much. Ms. Van Dorn, please.
I have a motion I would like to put in to put forward to the board, and then I would like to have the opportunity to speak to it after I make the motion, but so we can save time, can I just go ahead and read it and then explain quickly why I'm doing this?
Yes, that'll be fine. Thank you.
Okay, if I have a second. I'd like to put forward the following motion. School Board Policy D-15, External Funding, Commercial Activities, establishes that Arlington Public Schools assesses fees, tuition, and other charges for services for a number of reasons and in support of a number of programs, and further states that the school board sets these fees, tuition, and charges for services on an annual basis. In response to current requests to adjust pre-K fees, the school board directs the superintendent to maintain fees for pre-K programs for the 2020-2021 school year as approved in the school board FY 2021 budget. The superintendent is further directed not to consider childcare expenses as an extenuating circumstance for providing emergency relief for parents enrolled in our pre-K programs. And I'm hoping for a second.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Would you like to speak to the motion, Ms. Van Dorn?
I would. Thank you very much for allowing me to do that and allowing me to do this at such a late hour, but I think that this has to get done if possible tonight. I've introduced the motion to provide direction to our staff regarding the maintenance of pre-K fees. Our staff has been receiving multiple requests that we reduce our pre-K fees to accommodate families who also find that they now need to engage childcare services in addition to the optional APS pre-K program instruction that they've chosen. The purpose of this motion is to provide guidance and direction to the superintendent and our staff regarding the school board setting of fees and any requested adjustment of such fees. This guidance and direction is based on this policy D-15, which establishes that only the school board shall set these fees. This pandemic and the extraordinary situation in which we find ourselves as parents and caregivers stresses all of us, every single family, logistically, emotionally, and financially. Parents across Arlington with varying student needs are struggling to both work and support their children as the children engage with APS virtually. We are aware that families are coping by at times choosing to engage educators, teachers, coaches, tutors, and other specialized service providers to supplement the virtual learning. Some have even withdrawn their children and placed them in private school. This pains us greatly. None of us want to be in this situation, and we want to get back to school as soon as possible. Nevertheless, we are simply not in a position to reduce fees that were set in fiscal year 2021 budget. We continue to maintain the staffing and operational costs that underlie those fees. We charge those fees because these are optional programs that are not part of the mandated K-12 education. And we continue to provide the best possible instruction in these programs under the given circumstances. So for right now, our board and staff need to be 100% focused on providing the best virtual learning possible, while also working fervently to open schools as soon as possible. Conversations about negotiating adjusted fees needs to be brought to close by this board, and we need to do that tonight. We've had this conversation. We had it in August. We didn't vote then. I think that was a mistake, and it's time to vote now and end this conversation so our staff can focus on student learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. I will now go to my colleagues to see if there are additional comments regarding this new motion. I'll start with Ms. Talento. Ms. Talento?
Thank you, Mr. Grady. This did come up in August, and it came up for information for us, and we chose to table it. And unfortunately, our staff is getting requests again, and it is heart-wrenching because I do believe that our families are struggling. But I also know many other families who are struggling in many different ways, and are having to find other, are having to look at their finances to figure out how to support different things for their children and for their families due to this pandemic. And I just don't know how we can justify supporting a family in their child care costs when we can't support families in other costs, and including child care costs for other programs that they're trying to access, some optional and some mandated, some that we're required to provide by law. And because of the pandemic, we are find ourselves in constraints. Furthermore, the process for this to happen, our staff is, in my opinion, is already stretched thin, trying to work through everything. I want our staff to be strong and ready for the first day that we're able to reopen, to welcome everyone back, to be ready to start bringing in students who had to withdraw, to start reaching out to families and saying, we're ready to support you. We are here. We have, there's just the idea of having the additional administrative work. And then for all those families that already withdrew early in the year because we did not provide any discounts, I think, on another whole level, it's unfair to them. So for many reasons, but primarily because I just don't think that we are in a position where we should do that for one subgroup when we can't do it for the whole system, where many parents find themselves in a situation. I think that the best thing we can do for our staff right now is to make the hard decision so that they can say to our parents, I'm sorry, but the school board has not allowed us to provide you this discount that you're requesting. It should not fall upon them because it is our responsibility as a school board. Per this policy, it's very clear. And I'm willing to make that hard decision so that our staff can focus on their work. And our staff would love, I've spoken to our staff. I know that their hearts would love to help them, but I just don't know how we do that. As Ms. Van Doren stated in her reasons, we're already in a budget deficit. I don't see how providing discounts, even if it were to grow a tuition, our students by a little bit, at the end of the day, I think that there's just something unfair about how this would be presented, how it would be implemented, considering the variety of factors that so many of our families are facing in similar situations that we would not be able to subsidize or provide the discount for. And I am sorry that this has to happen this way, but I will be supporting this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you. My camera on? Oh, yeah, there we go. I have to say, I'm amazed at the eloquence of my two colleagues at, 20 minutes after 12, the wee hours of Friday morning. And considering that eloquence, I agree with everything that's been said, and I really can't add much more. So That's my position on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I'll turn to our Vice Chair, Dr. Cannon. Dr. Cannon?
This is a preemptory strike. I don't understand what we think we're doing here. This is not a motion to, this is not a question of, are we going to reduce the fees or not? This is tying the superintendent's hands from being allowed to even bring us the question. We're not voting on discounting fees right now. We're voting on whether we can, have this conversation at all. We can say as a board, we don't want to see it for information. We don't want to do this. But to have a motion that literally says, no, stop, you can't pursue this conversation with us, I don't understand why we would support this. I'll be voting no.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon. And this is a very tough situation and conversation. And I am having a lot of trouble with being able to move forward to support this because, not because of the cogent and arguments that have been made to support it, but because of some of the other items that might get swept up in this, which is if there is a person who has an emergency, is in a situation where they lose a job or they have unexplained and overbearing medical costs, and they cannot no longer afford to pay for tuition, I am afraid that this motion will keep them from being able to have their child participate because of some other financial constraints. That's worrisome to me. I understand the argument for not making potentially a full-scale small discount because of the arguments made, but I do worry that this will tie the superintendent's hand and the staff hand if there is something out of the ordinary and some unforeseen circumstance that affects someone during COVID, and then to add insult to injury, if they can no longer afford to have their child to pay the tuition, that on top of that, there's nothing we can do about it. So I worry deeply that this is doing something that no bank is doing, and other folks are doing. People do know that COVID can create unforeseen financial challenges to families, and by saying that the superintendent cannot even take any of that into consideration through this motion, I worry that that's a little bit heartless. I'm going to abstain from this because I understand the argument that's being made, but I think it will hurt families who truly may have some sort of COVID unexplained situation that we won't even be able to look at. And in the end, that's going to hurt that child. The other thing I would add is that families of four make 80% or less of the median income don't pay anything for these programs that are being impacted. But families that make 81% over median income are impacted, 82%, 83%. They're required to pay some sort of tuition, and they too could be caught up in this. It could just be one day less working because of COVID, and they can't afford for their child to participate. And so I just think it would be better if we could have left the superintendent some room and the staff some room to look at some of those unforeseen circumstances. And because that's not, I believe, what would happen under this motion, I can't support it, and I'll be abstaining. Okay. The motion has been read and seconded.
Ms. O'Grady, I need to respond. This is Nancy.
Yes, thank you.
I put
Ms.
my
Van
hand
Dorn.
up. First of all, this is a conversation that spans back to August. We should have voted in August. We didn't vote. This was brought to us in August, and the majority of the board did not want to do it, and you spoke to that at the August meeting. In the last 2 weeks, this board has had significant conversations behind the scenes about this topic. The superintendent has brought it to us and he has asked for our guidance. Rather than having this go on and on and on, we are bringing this forward and saying we want to answer this question. To say this is a surprise and the superintendent is not asking for guidance is not accurate. He is asking us for guidance and we are giving him this guidance for the staff. And the fact of the matter is that there are many, many people suffering right now, as I have said, and this is where we are. And so I really hope we vote, but I don't want people to think that this is coming out of the blue. It absolutely is not. But it cannot be done behind the scenes secretly for some people to get some kind of relief when no one else can. That cannot happen. This needs to see the light of day. And that's why I've brought it forward under new business now so that we can get back to focusing on instruction.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Dorn. Are there any other questions or comments? Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to what your comments were, Monique. And that is about the flexibility that would or could or isn't being provided to the superintendent. So there's some serious administrative issues here. I mean, policy, what is it, D15, would have to be amended first in order to give the superintendent that kind of ability to change fees. Because right now it says that the school board, that's in the school board's bailiwick to do that. So it's not simply a matter of just tabling this again, and then the superintendent would have that ability. We'd have to go through a policy revision process, assuming we wanted that to happen. The other part of this, when you spoke about the hardships that the families would be enduring, this is a choice these are choice programs. And, it's not like they are going to be thrown out, out of public education, children unable to go to school. There's neighborhood schools, there's public education. These are choice programs and they're competitive and they work for some and they don't work for some for a variety of reasons, but they are choice programs. So I wanted to just clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Are there any other comments from any of my colleagues? Then I would just have one final comment. The question for me is not whether or not a person can be in a choice program, which is really a pre-K program. The question really was whether or not if we have someone who has an extenuating circumstance, not the one that is addressed in this motion, whether or not the school system can take that into account. And I believe that this would not allow them to do that. Mr. Goldstein, you are correct that the policy states that is the school board that determines fees. And I think that it would be helpful to understand in the future whether or not we can take a look at not this unusual situation in COVID of the layering of additional costs because of that, but I'm talking about something different that can happen outside of COVID. And in the past, and it was shared with us in previous meetings, that people have been able to go to our staff and take a look at extenuating circumstances. And so that's why I will be abstaining from this vote, because I think that it does not address that. But I do appreciate the conversation, and if there's no additional conversation, I would mention that the motion has been read and seconded, and I would ask Ms. Elliott, our clerk, to call the roll.
All in favor of the motion, please say yes. Those opposed say no. Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Dr. Cannonen?
No.
Ms. O'Grady?
Abstain.
Ms. Talento?
Yes.
Ms. Van Doren?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1 with one abstention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elliott. We appreciate that. Is there any additional new business? Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned.